Chapter 384. Uncle Xiao's face was filled with shock as he stared blankly at the white tiger in Jianqin's arms. His face was filled with disbelief and disbelief. "Father, what's wrong?" Xiaomi looked at the changes in Uncle Xiao's expression in shock. This was the first time he had seen his father lose his composure like this. Uncle Xiao did not pay attention to Xiaomi. His gaze immediately became sharp as he carefully sized up the white tiger in Jianqin's arms. He saw almost every corner of the white tiger's body clearly. Woo-woo! Uncle Xiao's gaze was rather frightening. The white tiger was still too young after all, so it immediately felt uneasy when it was stared at by Uncle Xiao's sharp gaze. Its petite body squirmed uneasily in Jianqin's arms before burying its head deep into Jianqin's arms, as if it was afraid. "Uncle Xiao, what are you doing?" Jianqin was both nervous and bewildered. He did not know why Uncle Xiao would suddenly act like this. Could it be that he had really seen through the white tiger's identity? However, the Ape King had clearly told him that it was impossible for humans to see through the winged tiger's identity. Uncle Xiao took in a deep breath as his sharp gaze gradually dissipated. He quickly became as calm and profound as before. Uncle Xiao stared at the white tiger for a while with a complicated expression before turning to Jianqin. He said, "Jianqin, tell me honestly, did you really pick up this little beast in your arms in the forest?" "Uncle Xiao, do you know the origins of the white tiger?" Jianqin looked at Uncle Xiao in shock. He felt that this was very unbelievable. Uncle Xiao sighed and looked at Little Fatty. He said, "Little Fatty, go to the fields first." "Yes, Grandpa," Little Fatty replied. He looked curiously at the white tiger in Jianqin's arms before heading to the fields with his hoe. After Little Fatty left, Uncle Xiao said to Jianqin and Xiaomi, "The two of you come with me." As he said that, he turned around and walked towards his wooden hut. Xiaomi also seemed to feel that the situation was rather serious. He looked deeply at the white tiger before following Uncle Xiao into the wooden hut. Jianqin dawdled for a moment before following him in. This was the wooden hut that Uncle Xiao lived in alone. It was not large, only around 10 square meters. The furnishings were extremely simple. There was only a wooden bed and a wardrobe, as well as some farming tools in the corner. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Just as Jianqin entered the hut, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire hut. Seeing the barrier that suddenly appeared, Xiaomi turned pale with fright. He exclaimed, "Father, just what is it that made you so cautious? You actually used a barrier." Jianqin's face also became serious. Now that things had developed to this point, no matter how much he did not believe it, he had no choice but to accept the fact that Uncle Xiao had already realized that the white tiger was a winged tiger. Uncle Xiao did not pay attention to Xiaomi. Instead, he stared at Jianqin sternly and said, "Jianqin, tell me the truth. Where did you obtain this cub?" "Uncle Xiao, could it be that you've already realized the identity of the white tiger?" Jianqin wanted to hear a definite answer. Uncle Xiao's gaze landed on the white tiger, and he said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, it should be the winged tiger that only appeared once in ancient times." Jianqin's face immediately changed. Although he had already guessed this, his heart still beat uncontrollably when Uncle Xiao personally mentioned the identity of the white tiger. "Jianqin, it looks like you know about the winged tiger." Uncle Xiao stared at Jianqin sternly and said in a deep voice, "That's right. I do know about the winged tiger." There was no need for Jianqin to hide anything now. Afterwards, he told Uncle Xiao everything that had happened between him and Rum Guinness without hiding anything. After hearing Jianqin's words, Uncle Xiao quieted down for a while. He frowned slightly and pondered. Jianqin did not say anything either. He did not want to disturb Uncle Xiao's thoughts. On the other hand, Xiaomi stood to one side as he stared at the white tiger that was as obedient as a child in Jianqin's arms. He had never dared to imagine that the white tiger actually possessed such a great background. He found it hard to believe. It was just too unbelievable. After quite a while, Uncle Xiao let out a long sigh and said, "The appearance of the winged tiger is a blessing for the magical beasts without a doubt. If it matures successfully, it will definitely reach the level of the winged tiger from ancient times. However, the strength of the magical beasts will increase drastically if that happens, and they will pose a serious threat to the humans of the Tian-Yuan continent. Jianxin, the winged tiger in your arms that has not matured yet is very likely to bring disaster to the humans of the Tian-Yuan continent in the future." Jianxin paled in fright when he heard that. Judging from Uncle Xiao's words, he did not plan on eliminating the white tiger before it matured to prevent any future problems. "It won't, Uncle Xiao. The white tiger is very obedient, and with its current situation, it'll probably have to live among us humans in the future. It'll naturally develop feelings for us humans after a long time, so it definitely won't do something like that. At the same time, its father has been killed by the ruler of the Gilligan clan, and its mother has been heavily injured. Once the white tiger matures, it'll only hate the Gilligan clan and won't attack us humans." Jianxin explained in a hurry. If Uncle Xiao wanted the white tiger to die, he would not be able to save the white tiger even if he used everything he had. Uncle Xiao nodded imperceptibly and said, "Yeah, what you said makes a lot of sense. Even if the winged tiger won't do anything to harm us humans in the future, it'll still be a problem if it follows you around." Uncle Xiao did not give Jianxin time to speak and continued, "This matter is definitely not as simple as you think it is. The ruler of the Gilligan clan has no reason to kill the winged tiger because the winged tiger's appearance poses no threat to him at all. He might even use this opportunity to reach new height." Jianxin was at a loss when he heard Uncle Xiao's words. He did not know what to say. Uncle Xiao let out a long sigh and said, "Jianxin, the winged tiger's life is in danger at any time. You have to make it grow up as quickly as possible. Only with enough strength can you face everything in the future." "Uncle Xiao, is there some sort of secret behind this?" Jianxin was filled with doubt. Uncle Xiao did not answer him. He said, "Jianxin, you can leave. Remember, make the winged tiger grow up as quickly as possible." With that, a crack silently appeared in the barrier. Jianxin glanced at Uncle Xiao and hesitated. In the end, he gently sighed and left with mixed feelings. His heart was rather heavy. Uncle Xiao wants the white tiger to grow as quickly as possible. Looks like there's some sort of secret behind this that I don't know about. I wonder if Rum Guinness purposefully didn't tell me or if even she doesn't know about it, Jianxin thought. After Jianxin left, Uncle Xiao passed a blood-red medallion to Xiaomi. He said with a deep voice, "Xiaomi, go to the Bloodsword sect with this medallion immediately. Have all the members of the intelligence agency of the Bloodsword sect move out and observe the situation overseas closely. At the same time, pay attention to the entire Tian-Yuan continent. Report to me immediately as soon as an unknown expert appears." "Father, didn't you say that you would never use the Bloodsword sect in the future? Why is it this time?" Xiaomi's face was filled with shock. "This matter is extremely important, so don't ask any more questions. Go to the Bloodsword sect with my medallion immediately." Uncle Xiao was stern and dignified. Right now, he did not seem like a farmer at all. Instead, he seemed like a great general who could command an entire army. "Yes, I'll go immediately." Xiaomi did not dare to ask any more questions. He took the medallion and left. Uncle Xiao let out a long sigh after Xiaomi left. He sat down beside the bed and murmured to himself, "They're just far too bold to try and kill the winged tiger. Once the winged tiger truly matures, it'll be their end. Looks like they might infiltrate the Tian-Yuan continent to kill the winged tiger soon. Whatever, this has nothing to do with me. If they really do come, the protector clans will naturally stop them." Jianxin carried the white tiger into his wooden hut after leaving Uncle Xiao's room. He then placed the white tiger on the bed and gently stroked its furry head. "Ugh ugh. The white tiger closed its eyes comfortably as if it enjoyed Jianqin's touch very much. Right now, it was extremely reliant on Jianqin. Jianqin stared at the obedient white tiger for a while before taking out the 1,000-year ginseng the Ape King had given him from his space ring. He placed it before the white tiger and gently said, "White tiger, eat this. It'll allow you to grow faster." The white tiger sniffed and seemed to smell a fragrance. It immediately opened its eyes and produced a whimper that sounded like it was cheering. It immediately began to wolf down the ginseng as if it liked eating them very much. After eating the 1,000-year ginseng, the white tiger let out a satisfied burp. It then closed its eyes and fell asleep on the bed. Jianqin knew that the white tiger was absorbing the spiritual energy within the heavenly resources, so he didn't disturb it. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the 100 herbs wine the Ape King had given him. He gulped it down in large mouthfuls. The 1,000-year 100 herbs wine's greatest effect was to help people condense their minds. Jianqin gulped down half a liter of it in one go. He then closed his eyes with a satisfied expression and began to enjoy the pleasure that originated from his soul. As a green chi rose from his dantian and entered Jianqin's mind immediately began to rapidly strengthen. Even the sword spirits benefited greatly. Chapter 385. A moment later, when Jianqin recovered from that comfortable state, his mind had become stronger again. Then, Jianqin immediately took out the jade bottle containing the 100 herbs wine and began to gulp it down. This time, Jianqin gulped down a few kilograms of wine. When there was only half of the 100 herbs wine left in the jade bottle, he stopped and continued to enjoy the pleasure of the rapid condensation of his mind. About 2 hours later, the spirit qi in the 100 herbs wine was completely absorbed by Jianqin. At this time, Jianqin's mind had grown at an unbelievable speed by 30%. When he spread out his consciousness, the area it covered had also expanded from 10 kilometers to 13 kilometers. Jianqin was in an extremely good mood. The increase in his mind would directly affect his overall strength. In less than a day, his strength had taken such a big step forward. This was a scene that he would never have dared to imagine in the past. "This 100 herbs wine is really good stuff," Jianqin constantly praised in his heart. Then, he eagerly continued to gulp down the 100 herbs wine. Soon, the 10 kilograms of 100 herbs wine that the old Ape King had given to Jianqin was only left with about 1 kilogram. Jianqin carefully stored the remaining 1 kilogram of 100 herbs wine and closed his eyes to feel the rapid condensation of his mind and the continuous strengthening of his consciousness. The spirit qi in the 100 herbs wine revolved in Jianqin's dantian for a while before quickly dissipating. However, the green qi in the 100 herbs wine rose from his abdomen and entered Jianqin's head, finally entering Jianqin's consciousness. In Jianqin's consciousness, the sword spirits wrapped around a multicolored stone and slowly rotated in excitement. The purple and green lights trembled as if they were very happy. As the green qi in the 100 herbs wine continuously entered Jianqin's consciousness, the sword spirits that had already fused with Jianqin's soul also received great benefits. Their weak souls were quickly condensing, and even the purple and green lights seemed to become a bit more intense. After an unknown amount of time, the green qi in the 100 herbs wine had been completely absorbed by Jianqin, and Jianqin also woke up from the comfortable feeling of his soul being refined. Immediately, Jianqin felt that his consciousness had become unprecedentedly powerful. Although his eyes were closed and he didn't intentionally release his consciousness, he could still clearly sense the slightest movement within 100 meters. At that moment, Jianqin felt as if his soul had become one with the heavens and earth. He didn't need to make any special arrangements to enter a state where his soul was one with the heavens and earth. He could clearly sense everything within 100 meters of him. It was as if everything within 100 meters was under his control, as if it was his domain. Jianqin released his consciousness with all his strength, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the small longevity valley. The villagers working in the fields immediately appeared in Jianshan's mind like a picture. Although they were separated by several kilometers, Jianshan could see their every movement, including the slightest of movements. These villagers had grown up in Longevity Valley and had received some cultivation methods from Xiaomi, so almost all of them were cultivators. However, the strongest was only a great saint master, while the rest were all saints and great saints. There were even a few lazy people who didn't like to cultivate and hadn't even condensed a saint weapon within their bodies. Afterwards, when Jianshan's consciousness swept past Uncle Xiao who was plowing the fields, he immediately felt that Uncle Xiao was not a person, but a world. His every movement seemed to contain the power of the world, becoming one with the world. Every movement he made seemed to contain the mysteries of the world. Jianshan's consciousness only reached its limit after enveloping a radius of 15 kilometers. After drinking close to 9 kilograms of the 100-herb wine, Jianshan's consciousness had grown by half. Even his mind had grown by a lot. This was indeed something worth celebrating to him. Master, master! Suddenly, a voice rang out in the depths of Jianshan's head. The sudden voice stunned Jianshan. Afterwards, when he sensed the source of the voice, his face immediately became extremely interesting. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. Master, I can finally communicate with you. At this moment, the voice once again rang out in Jianshan's head. The voice was filled with joy. You're the Azure Sword Spirit? Jianshan's face was filled with amazement as he asked with a stutter. Master, I'm Ziying. You can call me Xiao Zi. The one who spoke was the Ziying Sword Spirit. His voice was male, and it was not hard to tell that he was a young man from his voice. Master, I'm Qing Su. You can call me Qing Sua. At this moment, another soft and pleasant voice rang out in Jianshan's head. The voice was as pleasant as the chirping of a lark. At this moment, Jianshan's consciousness involuntarily entered the space of consciousness. At this moment, in the chaotic space of consciousness, the azure sword spirits that were revolving around the multicolored stone had already disappeared. In their place there were two strangers. They were around 20 years old. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They seemed like a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Among them, the man had a head of long purple hair that cascaded down naturally. He had a natural aura. His body was wrapped in a purple classical robe, and his eyes were also a strange purple color. The woman wore a long green dress. She had a head of long green hair. Her beauty was unparalleled in the world. It was suffocating. Her eyes were also a strange green. Jianshan was tongue-tied as he stared at the pair of golden boy and jade girl that had appeared in his space of consciousness. He stuttered, You two are the Azure Sword Spirits? Yes, Master. I'm Ziying. She's Qing Sua. The young man in the purple robe said. He had a faint smile on his face. Jianshan was speechless. He already knew about the Azure Sword Spirits, but what he found hard to believe was that the Azure Sword Spirits had actually turned into human figures in his space of consciousness. After a while, Jianshan took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He stared at the pair of golden boy and jade girl with a complicated and amazed gaze. He said, I never thought that we would meet in such a way. Have you recovered your strength? Ziying's expression was gloomy. He gently shook his head and said, Master, we're still very weak right now. It's only because you drank the 100 herbs wine that Ziying and Qing So recovered some of our strength. That's why we're able to transform and speak. You should just call me Jianshan. There's no need to call me Master. Besides, I'm not your master. We can treat each other as friends. Jianshan bitterly smiled. Master, when we first entered your body, we already recognized you as our master. Now you're Ziying and Qing Sua's master. The one who spoke was Qing Sua. His voice was very pleasant to the ear. Qing Sua's words brought back Jianshan's memories. Jianshan immediately thought of how he was supposed to be dead, but when he woke up, he unexpectedly found himself in this foreign world. He immediately asked, "Oh right, I remember that I was already dead. Was it because of you two that I was able to come to this world?" Qing Suo and Ziying looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Ziying finally said, "Master, it was indeed Ziying and Qing Suo who brought you to this planet. Because the planet you came from was heavily damaged, the energy of the world was constantly flowing away. If you continued to stay there, you wouldn't be able to make much progress. You probably wouldn't be able to reach the level of a Heaven Saint Master in this world, even if you spent your entire life there. As a result, Ziying and Qing Suo sent you away. However, when they entered the spatial crack, Ziying and Qing Suo were heavily injured, so they didn't have enough strength to send you to that place. In the end, they could only randomly send you to a planet that was much stronger than your original world." "So it really was because of you too," Jianchen murmured. In reality, he had already guessed this after learning about the existence of the sword spirit. "Master, do you blame us, Qing Suo and Ziying?" Qing Suo looked at Jianchen timidly and asked softly. Jianchen smiled freely and said, "If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have been able to see such a wondrous world, nor would I possess such great strength. You've allowed me to come to an even higher, more wondrous world. Speaking of which, I can't even thank you enough. How could I blame you?" Qing Suo immediately let out a sigh of relief after hearing Jianchen's words. Jianchen continued, "Oh right, how can I help you recover to your peak condition as quickly as possible?" "Master, it's impossible for us to recover to our peak condition in this world. The yuan qi of the world here is far too weak. It can only help us recover a few % of our strength at most," Ziying said. Although Jianchen did not understand some of what Ziying said, Jianchen was most concerned about how to help the sword spirits recover, so he did not pay attention to these details. He continued, "Then how can I help you recover your strength as quickly as possible?" Ziying pointed at the 5-colored stone floating in the space of consciousness and said, "Master, this 5-colored immortal crystal is the only thing that can help us recover some of our strength. Ziying and Qing Suo have been absorbing the immortal qi within the immortal crystal these days." "5-colored immortal crystal? What's that?" Jianchen asked in confusion. "Master, the 5-colored immortal crystal is an energy crystal condensed from immortal qi. It has been transformed over millions of years. It's not something from this world. It's already very unbelievable that we could find one here. Over millions of years." Jianchen gasped in shock. Chapter 386. Now that the sword spirits could speak in human form, it was much easier for Jianchen to communicate with them. It was no longer as difficult as before, where it took him so much effort to express himself. Jianchen asked many questions that he did not understand and answered most of his questions. At the very least, Jianchen knew that the reason why he could reincarnate here was all because of the sword spirit. "Oh right, Ziying Qing Suo, is there any way for me to cultivate Saint Force?" Jianchen suddenly asked. Without Saint Force, he would not be able to use the illusory flash or his famed swift sword style. He was very unwilling to accept this. Ziying and Qing Suo looked at each other and hesitated. After a moment of silence, Ziying said in the end, "Master, you can use a special method to cultivate the Saint Force of this world. However, the Saint Force of this world is far too weak." "Too weak?" Jianchen was stunned. Ziying nodded, "Yes, Master. The Saint Force of this world is far too weak. Ziying does not recommend that you cultivate Saint Force again." Ziying paused before continuing before Jianchen could say anything. "Master, Ziying and Qing Suo can help you cultivate chaotic force if we work together." "Cultivate chaotic force? Is this chaotic force very powerful?" Jianchen asked in doubt. Ziying nodded, "Yes, Master. Chaotic force is the most powerful energy." "Then how do I cultivate chaotic force?" Jianchen was rather interested. He would not let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Master, Ziying and Qing Suo were born from chaotic force. Our yin and yang qi are also formed from chaotic force. As long as Ziying and Qing Suo work together, we can refine any energy in the world into chaotic force. Ziying said proudly. Being able to refine chaotic force seemed to be a very impressive ability. Qing Suo said at this moment, Master, refining chaotic force requires an extremely large amount of energy of the world. If you just absorb the energy of the world, you probably won't be able to refine a single strand of chaotic force even after 10 years. Master, the two ruler armaments in your hands contain quite a lot of energy. Ziying and Qing Suo can refine the energy in them into chaotic force. Jianshan beamed with joy when he heard that. He could not use the two ruler armaments at all, so he could not use their full power. They were basically two pieces of trash. If he kept them on him, he was worried that the people of the Sure family would use a special secret technique to find them. He wanted to throw them away, but that would be too much of a pity. He had no idea how to deal with them. Now that the sword spirits could refine chaotic force from the ruler armaments, not only would it solve one of his problems, but it would also help him increase his strength. Obviously, he was extremely willing. All right, I'll give the two ruler armaments to you. When can you refine the energy in them into chaotic force? Jianshan was rather impatient. Ziying and Qing Suo looked at each other and smiled when they saw the impatience on Jianshan's face. Ziying said, Master, we can refine chaotic force for you at any time. However, the energy of this world is just too weak. Refining a single strand of chaotic force will consume a vast amount of energy, so Master's cultivation in the future will probably be even more difficult. It's fine. I'll just go find a few more ruler armaments when I'm strong enough in the future. Jianshan waved his hand and said without a care. If that's the case, Master, take out the two ruler armaments. Ziying and Qing Suo will refine chaotic force for you right now. Qing Suo said. Jianshan left the space of consciousness and immediately took out the two ruler armaments from his space ring. He asked, Ziying, Qing Suo, what should I do now? As soon as he said that, Jianshan felt the space of his consciousness suddenly shake. Afterward, Ziying and Qing Suo suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already left the space of consciousness and were sitting cross-legged above Jianshan's head. Right now, the two of them looked like two faint, glowing figures. They seemed like condensed smoke, which was not real. However, their facial features were extremely clear. Ziying extended his hand and the seal of Treasure Mountain in Jianshan's hand was immediately drawn by a mysterious force. It flew out of Jianshan's hand and hovered above his head. It just happened to stop between Ziying and Qing Suo. Ziying and Qing Suo closed their eyes at the same time. They slowly extended their hands and a faint purple and azure light radiated from their palms, enveloping the seal of Treasure Mountain. It slowly began to spin in the form of a Taiji diagram. 2 hours later, the seal of Treasure Mountain had been completely refined. It turned into a powerful pulse of pure energy that hovered between Ziying and Qing Suo's palms. Ziying and Qing Suo did not stop because of this. Instead, they continued to use their origin energy to refine the seal of Treasure Mountain. After another hour, the energy of the seal of Treasure Mountain had been refined into a faint, gray gas. It was like a wisp of smoke. It was extremely faint, but it gave off an indescribable presence. Ziying and Qing Suo both extended their hands and the gray gas immediately entered Jianshan's body. In the end, it settled down in Jianshan's dantian. Master, quickly circulate the Azulite Sword Law and completely refine this strand of chaotic force into your own, Ziying and Qing Suo said together sternly. Jianshan did not dare to tarry and immediately did as he was told. The refinement took 4 whole hours for Jianshan. After 4 hours, Jianshan finally refined the strand of chaotic force into his own. However, when he saw the wisp of energy in his dantian, he could not help but ask out of curiosity, Ziying, Qing Suo, is this chaotic force? Yes, Master. This is chaotic force, but it's only in its most basic form, Ziying said. Jianshan became confused when he heard that. Most basic form of chaotic force? What does that mean? Ziying became rather awkward. He wanted to say something, but he was too embarrassed to open his mouth. Qing Suo smiled in a rather embarrassed manner. Master, this is only the weakest form of chaotic force. It's not even a 10,000th of true chaotic force because there's just too little energy in the ruler armament. It's not enough to refine true chaotic force. Oh, I see. Jianshan came to a realization. However, this also allowed him to gain a basic understanding of chaotic force. A ruler armament was the crystallization of all the energy of a ninth heavenly layer saint ruler. He had never thought that such a tremendous amount of energy could only be refined into a sliver of chaotic force. This was more than enough to demonstrate just how terrifying and powerful chaotic force was. Master, none of the cultivation methods on this continent are suitable for chaotic force. You can only use the Azulate Sword Law in the future. It's a peak cultivation method created by a great master in the past when he comprehended the ways of the world. The method recorded inside can refine any energy in the world, including chaotic force, Ziying explained. Cultivation methods only required a special method to refine the energy absorbed and turn it into one's own energy. The Azulate Sword Law was indeed an extremely profound cultivation method. It was all-encompassing, allowing one to refine whatever energy one absorbed. It could even refine chaotic force. Jianshan nodded slightly. He sighed emotionally inside. He had never thought that the Azulate Sword Law would have such a great background. Master, but... Ziying spoke again. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. She was also hesitant. She did not know whether she should tell Jianshan or not. But what? Jianshan immediately asked. Qing Suo glared at Ziying. His eyes were filled with reproach. After hesitating slightly, he said gently, Master, but the Azulate Sword Law is split into 3 volumes. You only have the first volume right now. You don't have the other 2 volumes. What? Jianshan was shocked. Disbelief filled his face. Then how can I obtain the other 2 volumes? Ziying and Qing Suo looked at each other. After hesitating slightly, Qing Suo said, Master, the first volume is actually enough for you to cultivate chaotic force. The other 2 volumes are still too far away for you right now. Ziying added, That's right. Master, you don't need the other 2 volumes right now. Just the first volume is enough. Once you have that kind of strength in the future, you can go and find the other 2 volumes yourself. Moreover, chaotic force is far too brutal. If you want to truly become proficient in using chaotic force, you need to refine the chaotic body. Only the chaotic body can endure the power of chaotic force. Otherwise, it will cause very great damage to your body once you use chaotic force. What? I need to refine the chaotic body to use chaotic force? How am I supposed to refine the chaotic body then? Jianshan immediately felt a headache. He had never thought that this matter would be so troublesome. Master, the method to refine the chaotic body is the body refinement section of the Azulate Sword Law, said Ziying. Jianshan's heart immediately sank when he heard that. He cried out, Doesn't that require a large amount of chaotic force? It does require a large amount of chaotic force, but you can take it slow, Master, Ziying said carefully. He could already imagine what Jianshan's expression would be when he learnt about this. Jianshan almost fainted when he heard that, but he did not lose his composure. He sighed at the sky and murmured to himself in disappointment, I knew there was no free lunch in the world. I never thought that chaotic force would be so troublesome. A ruler armament can only refine a sliver of chaotic force, so refining the chaotic body will definitely require tremendous amounts of chaotic force. Heavens, where am I supposed to find so much energy? Jianshan did not know whether he should be happy or worried right now. Although he had obtained a method that could make him extremely powerful, the path ahead was just too difficult. Qing Suo showed a sliver of pity when he saw how Jianchen was. He comforted him. Master, you don't need to be discouraged. There's still a lot of time ahead. Although the path ahead is rather difficult, there will be a day when you can truly refine chaotic force and the chaotic body. Jianchen calmed down very soon. He knew that he had to put in a lot of effort to obtain great rewards because there was no free lunch in the world. There was no free lunch in the world, and there was no free lunch. He had to pay a corresponding price if he wanted great strength. Chapter 387. Over 4 hours later, Ziying and Qing Su refined Jianchen's second ruler armament as well, allowing him to obtain another strand of incomplete chaotic force in his dantian. 2 strands of chaotic force that were as thin as mist revolved around Jianchen's dantian, but Jianchen was unable to sense the power of the chaotic force at all. Immediately, he was unable to sense any pulses of energy. He felt like they were useless gas. However, Jianchen did not dare to underestimate them at all because he knew that the 2 strands of chaotic force had been refined from 2 ruler armament. Perhaps the power of chaotic force had exceeded Jianchen's understanding, so it could not be used as a regular form of energy. Ziying and Qing Suo returned to Jianchen's consciousness to rest after refining the 2 ruler armaments into chaotic force. Only Jianchen sat on his bed and studied the chaotic force in his body. Chaotic force is just far too powerful. I need the chaotic body if I want to use it. Without a powerful body, it's impossible for a regular body to support the circulation of chaotic force. In other words, I can't use chaotic force at all, Jianchen frowned in thought. If that's the case, I might as well use a strand of chaotic force to refine my body. I'll make my body stronger first. Although a strand of chaotic force won't be enough for me to reach the chaotic body, it can strengthen my body by quite a lot at the very least. Jianchen thought and made up his mind very soon. As soon as he thought of that, Jianchen immediately controlled a strand of chaotic force to circulate through his body. Fortunately, he had been cultivating the body refinement section of the Azulite Sword Law for quite some time now, so he had accumulated quite a lot of experience. Although the strand of chaotic force was extremely small, it was powerful. Jianchen controlled the strand of chaotic force to circulate through his body. At that moment, Jianchen finally sensed the power of chaotic force. Before the strand of chaotic force, his body was as fragile as a piece of tofu. Wherever the chaotic force passed by, Jianchen's body would immediately be reduced to a horrible sight. His meridians would rupture, his organs would shatter, and even his flesh would be reduced to mush. Even though it was incomplete chaotic force, it was still not something Jianchen could endure with his current body. This was the first time Jianchen had suffered so much pain from refining his body ever since he began cultivating the body refinement section of the Azulite Sword Law. Jianchen constantly trembled as he sat on the bed. His face had become pale long ago as large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. His handsome face had become completely twisted from the pain as his facial muscles constantly twitched. Finally, a painful groan emerged from Jianchen's throat uncontrollably. At that moment, the pain Jianchen suffered was thousands of times greater than anything he had ever suffered in the past. The unbearable pain ravaged Jianchen's nerves and tortured Jianchen's mind. Even with the powerful senses of his soul, there were several times where he almost fainted from the pain. Ah, Master, how can you directly use chaotic force to refine your body? Your body is just too weak right now. This will cause you a lot of pain. Master, you have to endure it. Qing Suo's worried voice suddenly rang out in Jianchen's head. Master, you have to endure it. Although the chaotic force will destroy your body, it will also modify it. As long as you go through this, it'll be much easier in the future, Ziying encouraged Jianchen. Jianchen clenched his teeth. The intense pain had even robbed him of the ability to speak. At that moment, he could not even utter a single word. Like a wisp of smoke, the chaotic force slowly moved through Jianchen's body. It was like an explosive. Wherever it passed by, Jianshan's body would be reduced to mush. Blood leaked out from his pores, dyeing Jianshan's clothes red. Very soon, the chaotic force moved through every inch of Jianshan's body. By now, a third of its power had been depleted. Jianshan let out a sigh of relief. Just when he wanted to stop and use Radiant Saint Force to heal his wounds, Ziying's voice rang out in his head. Master, don't stop. Jianshan gritted his teeth and immediately gave up on the idea of resting. He endured the pain and continued to circulate the chaotic force through his body. Afterwards, Jianshan's pain had decreased by a lot. After circulating through his body 3 times, the chaotic force finally dispersed after exhausting all of its power. Jianshan seemed to have lost all of his power as well. He was like a pile of mush, lying on the bed powerlessly as he gasped for breath. Master, you've successfully taken the first step. After experiencing this pain, it'll be much easier for you to refine your body with chaotic force in the future. Of course, the difference in strength between the chaotic force and your body can't be too great. Qing Sua's joyful voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan was already powerless to reply. He lay on the bed as he gasped for breath. As soon as he thought about the pain he had endured earlier, he shivered inside. The pain was intolerable. After resting for a while, Jianshan finally recovered some of his strength. He immediately controlled the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings to heal himself. Jianshan's mind had become extremely powerful now, so the Radiant Saint Force he could control was much more powerful as well. The entire wooden hut was filled with a dense layer of Radiant Saint Force. Fortunately, it was daytime, so the Radiant Saint Force was not very obvious. Coupled with the special characteristics of Radiant Saint Force, no one noticed it at all. This time, Jianshan only spent 2 hours to make a full recovery. It was many times more efficient than before. Jianshan sat up on the bed and carefully sensed his body. This time, he could only sense that his body had become stronger. He had no idea just how much stronger it had become. Jianshan took off his blood-soaked clothes and took out a towel to wipe the blood off his body. Afterward, he took out a new set of white robes from his space ring and left the wooden hut after putting them on. It was already afternoon. Jianshan expanded the senses of his soul and found Little Fatty, who was planting vegetables in the fields very soon. He immediately flew over. As Jianshan was facing Little Fatty discovered him as soon as he approached. Little Fatty immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at Jianshan enviously. He said, "Jianshan, isn't the feeling of flying in the sky wonderful?" Jianshan smiled and said, "Little Fatty, you have a very powerful father and grandfather. I believe you'll be able to reach the level of a Heaven Saint Master very soon." "It's still early. I heard my father say that he only reached the level of a Heaven Saint Master when he was 56 years old. I'm only 21 years old right now. I still have to wait for another 20 or 30 years. Little Fatty said with a bit of sadness. He was only a low-level Great Saint Master right now, and had only broken through a month ago. However, being able to reach the level of a Great Saint Master at the age of 21 was already considered a genius on the Tianyuan continent. Most importantly, Little Fatty's strength was obtained through his own hard work. He did not use any heavenly resources. Jianshan patted Little Fatty's shoulder and comforted him. "Little Fatty, don't be discouraged. You're already doing very well. In the outside world, the number of people who can reach the level of a Great Saint Master at your age can be counted on one hand." Once the outside world was mentioned, Little Fatty immediately became spirited. He stared at Jianshan with a pair of shining eyes and asked, "Really? Jianshan, then is my current strength very powerful in the outside world?" This, Little Fatty, let's talk about this later. Right now, I have something I need your help with." Jianshan hurriedly changed the topic. "What is it?" "Jianshan, just say it. I, Little Fatty, will definitely help you." Little Fatty immediately rolled up his sleeves and said solemnly. Jianshan took a few steps back and said with a serious face, "Little Fatty, use your saint weapon to attack me. What? Attack you? Little Fatty was stunned. He thought he had misheard. Yes, little Fatty. Attack me as much as you want. Don't worry, you won't be able to do much damage to me, Jianchen said with a serious face. Little Fatty hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about how Jianchen was already a heaven saint master, he relaxed. He nodded and agreed. All right then, but you can't attack me. I'm not your opponent. As he said that, surging saint force surged out of Little Fatty's hand, forming a pitch-black machete in the end. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He looked at Little Fatty with a bit of surprise. Little Fatty, is your saint force of the darkness attribute? Little Fatty nodded and said, Yes, my father said that my saint force is of the extremely rare darkness attribute. It's the same as my grandfather's. Uncle Xiao also has darkness attribute saint force? Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. However, before he could think about it, Little Fatty's voice rang out, Jianchen, be careful. I'm going to attack. As soon as he said that, Little Fatty's machete slashed towards Jianchen with a strange darkness attribute saint force. Because Little Fatty mistakenly believed that Jianchen wanted to test his abilities, he did not hold back at all. He used his full strength. With a flash of black light, Little Fatty's machete had already cut through the air, viciously chopping down on Jianchen's shoulder. The powerful saint force ripples directly toward Jianchen's robes to shreds, revealing Jianchen's fair and tender body. Seeing how Jianchen did not dodge at all, taking on his attack with his own body, Little Fatty's expression immediately changed. He cried out, Jianchen, why aren't you dodging? However, in the next moment, Little Fatty's eyes widened as disbelief filled his face. This was because Jianchen did not take any defensive measures and had taken his full strength attack. He was not injured at all, and there was only a clear mark on his shoulder. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Little Fatty stared dumbfoundedly at the unscathed Jianchen. His face was filled with disbelief. His full strength attack had landed on Jianchen, but it did not even leave a scratch on his skin. Ha 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 ha! Looking at his shoulder that was not injured at all, Jianchen laughed out loud. His joy had reached a point where he could not be any more joyful. The chaotic body really was powerful. He had only used a sliver of chaotic force to refine his body, and it was already so tough. If he could continue refining his body, he was certain that even Earth Saint Masters or even Heaven Saint Masters would not be able to harm him in the future. Chapter 388. Jianchen, why is your body so tough? Don't tell me it's made of iron? Little Fatty stared at the mark on Jianchen's shoulder in shock and asked in shock. Jianchen took out a new set of clothes from his interspatial ring and said with a smile, It's not made of iron, but it's just a little stronger than a normal person. Little Fatty looked at Jianchen with a strange gaze and said, It's not just a little stronger, it's perverted. Jianchen laughed and did not continue on this topic with Little Fatty. Looking at the unfinished vegetable sprouts in the field, he asked, Little Fatty, do you need my help? Yes, of course. My father and grandfather went to the cornfield. Now, I'm the only one planting the vegetables here. You came at the right time. With one more person working, we can finish planting the vegetables earlier. Little Fatty did not stand on ceremony with Jianchen at all. He grabbed the vegetable sprouts in the field and handed them to Jianchen, saying, I'll plant here, you plant there. With the two of us working together, we can finish planting the vegetables before dinner. Jianchen received the vegetables from Little Fatty and said, Little Fatty, I may have to leave this place soon. Hearing that, Little Fatty's hands trembled slightly. Then, he continued to plant the vegetables silently. After a while, he finally said with some sadness, I know that I can't keep you here. You'll have to go to the outside world sooner or later. Jianchen sighed and said, Little Fatty, I'll talk to your grandfather tonight and get him to agree to let you go to the outside world. It's not a good idea for you to stay here for the rest of your life. This place is just too small. Plus, with your talent, it's too much of a waste for you to spend the rest of your life here. Jianchen, what about the outside world? What's the outside world like? Little Fatty stared fixedly at Jianchen. His eyes were filled with yearning. He had grown up in Longevity Village, and had rarely left Longevity Valley. He had only heard bits and pieces about the outside world from his father, but he had never seen it before. He did not even know how big the outside world was. The outside world is very big, very big. There are many people and many interesting things. At the same time, it is also very cruel and very complicated. Little Fatty, when you really go to the outside world in the future, you will naturally understand. Jianchen sighed. But, my grandpa will definitely not allow me to go out. Speaking of this, Little Fatty's expression turned gloomy. I'll talk to your grandfather tonight and try to convince him. Apart from persuading Little Fatty's grandfather, Jianchen had no other choice. Uncle Xiu's cultivation was unfathomable, and he was not willing to offend him. Very soon, the evening arrived. The setting sun was gradually setting in the west, leaving behind a brilliant sunset glow that illuminated the entire sky. In the tranquil Longevity Village, smoke rose in spirals from the chimneys of every household, drifting in the sky. After working for an entire afternoon, Jianchen and Little Fatty walked back from the field. After the two of them separated, Jianchen immediately went to his room to check on the white tiger's condition. The white tiger was still in a deep sleep. It had not completely digested the heavenly treasures it ate during the day. Seeing that the white tiger was safe and sound, Jianchen also felt relieved and left. Then, he gathered with Little Fatty and his family to eat dinner. However, there was an empty seat at the dinner table tonight. Looking at the empty seat, Little Fatty asked with a puzzled expression, "Grandpa, why isn't Father here?" "Little Fatty, your father has something to do, so he went out. Don't worry about him. Eat well." Uncle Xiu had a kind smile on his face, and his gaze towards Little Fatty was full of love. Little Fatty replied in a low voice, and his expression immediately became gloomy. He knew that his father probably went to the outside world again. The outside world was something that Little Fatty had yearned for since a few years ago. Jianchen's gaze flickered as he looked at Uncle Xiu. After hesitating for a while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Uncle Xiu, have you never thought of letting Little Fatty go out to gain experience?" As he said that, Jianchen's eyes were fixed on Uncle Xiu's expression. As expected, Uncle Xiu's expression changed. However, before he could say anything, Jianchen continued, "Uncle Xiu, it's not good for Little Fatty to continue living in this mountain village. At most, he'll be able to live an ordinary life and lose a lot of the pleasures of life. Moreover, he won't be able to truly grow up if he stays here forever. Without experiencing the hardships of the outside world, Little Fatty's mind will never truly mature. Furthermore, I believe you know that Little Fatty doesn't like this kind of life either. Since you care about Little Fatty so much, you should consider his growth more. He can't grow up in your embrace forever, or he won't be able to truly grow up. Not only will you not help him by restricting him like this, you'll even harm him." Uncle Xiu fell silent when he heard that. As someone who had wandered the Tianyuan continent for countless years and had experienced many storms, how could he not understand something like this? However, he really did not want Little Fatty to set foot in the outside world. He had experienced far too many things and had already seen through the nature of the world. He only hoped that Little Fatty could live here peacefully without being tainted by the world. He wanted to retain a pure heart and cultivate peacefully. Afterwards, Jianchen gave a large number of reasons to persuade Uncle Xiu to relent. In order to help Little Fatty escape from this bitter life, Jianchen had basically racked his brains and used all the reasons he could think of. Perhaps Jianchen had hit the nail on the head, but Uncle Xiu remained silent the entire time. He ate like a machine and did not express any opinions. "Grandfather, I've never seen the outside world before. I really want to go out and take a look." Little Fatty also looked at Uncle Shio pleadingly as he spoke pitifully. Father, Jianshan is right. I know that you've already reached a level that we can't catch up to. You've seen through the nature of the world, but Little Fatty is still an inexperienced Saint Master. He has never experienced anything like that. He doesn't even know what the outside world is like. Just because you can see through it doesn't mean Little Fatty has seen through it. If Little Fatty doesn't go out and experience some setbacks, he'll probably never be able to mature. Father, if you're really thinking for Little Fatty, you should let him go out and gain some experience so that he'll have the ability to deal with anything that comes up in the future. Little Fatty's mother also pleaded. Her voice was gentle and graceful. Her manner of speech was like that of a young lady from a large family, as if she was the daughter of a large family. Under the pressure of Jianshan and Little Fatty, Uncle Shio finally relented. He let out a long sigh and said, forget it. What you've said is not without reason. I was too stubborn before. Little Fatty, since you want to go out and explore the outside world, Grandfather won't stop you. Really, Grandfather? You really agree to let me go out and explore the outside world? Little Fatty was overjoyed. He was extremely emotional. Seeing Little Fatty's emotional expression, Uncle Shio could not help but sigh inside. At this moment, he could not help but ask himself whether it was right or wrong for him to leave Little Fatty here. Uncle Shio placed a mouthful of food into his mouth and said, Little Fatty, if you want to leave, Grandfather won't stop you. However, you must have the strength of an Earth Saint Master. All right, Grandfather. I will definitely cultivate diligently in the future so that I can break through to Earth Saint Master as soon as possible. Little Fatty was not discouraged at all. Instead, he was excited. Seeing how happy Little Fatty was, his mother could not help but smile faintly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Jianshan and Little Fatty had chopped down quite a lot of wood and rebuilt an even larger wooden hut where the fire had originally been. They had basically fulfilled their promise. After the wooden hut was built, Jianshan bid farewell to Little Fatty. He promised to visit him on this day next year and take him away once he broke through to Earth Saint Master. Afterwards, Jianshan left with the white tiger in his arms. Before he left, a space ring appeared in his hand. It had been given to him by Uncle Shio. It contained a few heavenly resources he had collected in the myriad mountains over the years. He had given them all to Jianshan in hopes of helping the white tiger grow faster. Jianshan quickly flew over the myriad mountains with the white tiger in his arms. He constantly thought about how he could find a space gate to return to the kingdom of Jessen. This place was just too far away from the kingdom of Jessen. Even if Jianshan flew non-stop, it would still take him a very long time to get there. The only quick and simple method was to use a space gate. Unfortunately, space gates were just too rare on the Tianyuan continent. Although there were space gates everywhere in Mercenary City, he did not have the right to use them. He did not know of any other space gates aside from Mercenary City. Woo woo! The white tiger in Jianshan's arms suddenly began to cry out loudly, interrupting Jianshan's thoughts. The white tiger stared at the ground behind it as it waved its paws randomly in the air. Jianshan stared at the white tiger in confusion. He had no idea what it was doing. Woo woo! The white tiger kicked around in Jianshan's arms as it constantly cried out while pointing at the forest behind it. Its wings opened and closed slightly as if it wanted to fly out of Jianshan's arms. Jianshan hugged the white tiger tightly and gently stroked its furry head. Afterward, he returned in the direction the white tiger had pointed out before landing in a dense forest. As soon as Jianshan's feet touched the ground, the white tiger leapt out of his arms. It ran along the ground with its powerful limbs and very soon stopped before the roots of an ancient tree that was over 100 meters tall. Jianshan walked over to take a look and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that there was a lingzhi growing there. The lingzhi was purple in color and wasn't very big. It was only about 20 centimeters tall and 10 centimeters wide. However, Looking at the white tiger's drooling appearance, Jianchen knew that this was a heavenly treasure that was quite old. Although the size and age of the Ganoderma lucidum were somewhat unsightly, not every heavenly material and earthly treasure would grow larger with age. Jianchen carefully dug up the lingji. As soon as he held it in his hands, a furry little head impatiently came over. Its cute little nose kept sniffing around the lingji. "Eat it!" Jianchen chuckled and directly put the lingji in front of the white tiger's mouth. The white tiger let out a cry of joy and swallowed the lingji in one gulp. Then it closed its eyes and went back to sleep to digest the medicinal power. Chapter 389. This time, the journey back was very peaceful. Jianchen flew across the 100,000 mountains without encountering any attacks from flying magical beasts. After leaving the 100,000 mountains, Jianchen floated 1,000 meters in the air. The fierce winds in the air whistled as they brushed past Jianchen, causing Jianchen's white robes to flutter in the wind. Jianchen hugged the white tiger with his left hand as he took out a map from his space ring with his right hand. The map recorded the terrain within 300,000 kilometers. The kingdom of Jessen was too far away, so it didn't appear on the map at all. Jianchen carefully scanned the map. All the countries within 300,000 kilometers appeared in Jianchen's eyes, including the location of Mercenary City. Jianchen's eyes paused on Mercenary City for a while as he sighed inwardly. He then carefully observed his surroundings again. He believed that he had sufficient strength now. Moreover, the kingdom of Jessen was most likely at war right now. Jianchen knew nothing about the situation there, so he had to hurry back as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he delayed for too long, the kingdom of Jessen would be conquered. At that time, he would face the tragedy of losing his family. This was something that Jianchen didn't want to see the most. Right now, Jianchen could only hope to find an organization with a space gate on the map. Then, he could use the space gate to travel to the kingdom of Jessen. This was the only way for him to hurry back. Suddenly, a section of the map labeled Qin Empire appeared before Jianchen's eyes. Seeing this, Jianchen's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of Qin Ji, whom he had befriended at the mercenary tournament. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized jade pendant appeared in Jianchen's hand. A large Qin character was written on the jade pendant. This was the personal jade pendant that Qin Ji had given him before they parted ways. Looking at the valuable jade pendant in his hand, Jianchen muttered to himself, "Since Qin Ji has an emperor armament and a barrier within him, then the Qin Empire must be very powerful. I wonder if they have a space gate." Jianchen floated in the air and hesitated for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to make a trip to the Qin Empire first. Whether the Qin Empire had a space gate or not, he had to give it a try. The Qin Empire was located 100,000 kilometers north of Mercenary City. It was about 120,000 kilometers away from Jianchen's current location. It would take some time for him to get there. Jianchen controlled the wind essence between heaven and earth to fly. Although his speed was slower than using the flickering shadows, thousand illusions, and the heaven-seizing fortune art, he could still cover a distance of 1,500 kilometers in 2 hours. In this way, Jianchen could cover a distance of 20,000 kilometers in 24 hours. After 7 days of flying, Jianchen finally arrived at the border of the Qin Empire. During these 7 days, Jianchen rarely rested and spent almost all of his time on the road. The white tiger had also been fed a large amount of heavenly treasures by Jianchen. It had been in a deep sleep all day to digest the medicinal effects. However, after consuming a large amount of heavenly treasures, the white tiger's growth had become extremely fast. It was now a meter long and weighed 50 kilograms. Jianchen found it difficult to hold it in his arms. Its strength had also soared to the stage of a rank 2 magical beast. Perhaps it was because the white tiger was a divine beast, the winged tiger. Its strength could be piled up with a large amount of heavenly treasures without leaving behind any side effect. It was not like humans, who would rapidly increase their strength by absorbing energy from monster cores for a long period of time. This would cause their foundation to become unstable, which would be a great hindrance to their future cultivation path. In front of them, there was an ancient city wall that was over 100 meters tall. It was like a long dragon crawling on the ground, blocking the line between heaven and earth. It was mighty and majestic, giving people a feeling that it was as vast as a mountain. Above the gate of the ancient city wall, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Qin Huang Kingdom. This was the border fortress of the Qin Empire. As soon as they approached it, the originally quiet region immediately became lively. Jianchen hovered over 1,000 meters in the air and looked down at the ground. He could only see a crowd that was smaller than ants going in and out of the Qin Empire's border fortress. Mixed among them were many caravans carrying large carts of goods. Jianchen did not follow the normal path of entering the Qin Empire through the gate of the fortress. Instead, he directly flew 1,000 meters in the air and directly flew into the Qin Empire's territory without any disguise. Although Jianchen's actions were noticed by a few of the soldiers guarding the fortress, they did not move at all. They only watched on enviously as Jianchen flew into the distance. This was because a Heaven Saint Master did indeed have this privilege. Even if they wanted to stop him, they did not have the ability to do so. The Qin Empire's territory was extremely large. It was 4 to 5 times larger than the kingdom of Jessen. Jianchen flew another 10,000 kilometers and finally arrived at the capital of the Qin Empire on the second day, the Qin Imperial City. This was a king-level city. Its scale was only second to the 7 major cities of the Tian-Yuan continent. It was extremely prosperous. Jianchen flew into the Qin Imperial City and landed in a remote area near the Imperial Palace. He then carried the sleeping white tiger in his arms and walked towards the palace gate. "Stop! What are you doing?" A few great Saint Master guards at the entrance of the Imperial Palace immediately stopped Jianchen and asked. Jianchen expressionlessly took out a jade pendant and said, "I'm looking for Qin Ji." "How dare you? How can the 3rd prince's name be called so casually?" As soon as Jianchen finished speaking, a guard immediately shouted from behind him. "The 3rd prince?" Hearing this, Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. He never thought that Qin Ji really was a prince of the Qin Empire. When the guard standing in front of Jianchen heard Jianchen directly call out Qin Ji's name, his eyes also became somewhat sharp. However, when he saw the jade pendant in Jianchen's hand, his expression immediately changed. He cried out in surprise, "This is the imperial jade bestowed by His Majesty." Hearing this, the face of the guard who was shouting earlier also changed. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and silently retreated. "Young master, can you let me examine the jade pendant?" The guard in front of Jianchen's tone became much more polite. Even the way he addressed him changed. Jianchen didn't say anything and directly handed the jade pendant that Qin Ji gave him to the guard. The guard respectfully took the jade pendant and carefully turned it over in his hand for a while. After confirming that it was real, he returned the jade pendant to Jianchen's hand and said, "Young master, please leave your name. We will go inform the 3rd prince." Jianchen. "Young master Jianchen, please wait a moment." After the guard said this, he immediately called someone over and whispered something in his ear. Then, that person quickly ran into the Imperial Palace. The waiting time wasn't short. Jianchen stood in front of the Imperial Palace for almost an hour before he finally saw a luxuriously robed youth hastily walk out of the Imperial Palace. Behind the youth were 2 beautiful young maids. "Greetings to the 3rd prince." As soon as the youth left the Imperial Palace, the dozen or so great Saint Master guards immediately knelt down on one knee and respectfully bowed. This youth was precisely Qin Ji. "All of you rise," Qin Ji indifferently said. Then, his eyes landed on Jianchen. However, when he saw Jianchen's current appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he walked up with a face full of smiles and said, Brother Jianchen, I never thought it would really be you. However, how did you become like this? Not only is your hair gone, even your eyebrows and eyelashes are gone. Don't tell me you were burned by a fire? I almost couldn't recognize you." Jianchen awkwardly smiled and said, "I ran into some trouble a while ago, which is why I ended up in such a sorry state." Jianchen and Qinji exchanged a few pleasantries. Then, Jianchen was invited into the imperial palace by Qinji. In a dazzling palace, a banquet was set up and Jianchen was warmly received. During the banquet, Jianchen and Qinji casually chatted about some topics. They chatted happily as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. From time to time, the two of them would laugh heartily. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Jianchen immediately entered the main topic. He looked at Qinji with a serious expression and asked, "Brother Qinji, I came this time because there is something I might need your help with." Qinji also knew that Jianchen would never visit a temple without a reason, so he chuckled, "Brother Jianchen, feel free to tell me what you need help with. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely not refuse." Jianchen became rather stern. "Brother Qinji, I urgently need to go to a place through a space gate right now. May I ask if there are any space gates in your Qin Empire?" With that, Jianchen stared at Qinji nervously. Qinji was slightly surprised, but then he smiled easily, "And I thought it was something important. Brother Jianchen, you've come to the right place in our Qin Empire if you're looking for a space gate. In the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, only our great Qin Empire has a space gate apart from Mercenary City." Jianchen was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly said, "Brother Qinji, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. I hope I can use your space gate." Qinji chuckled, "Brother Jianchen, don't worry. Leave it to me. Although the space gates in our Qin Empire are not open to the public, there are always exceptions. I'll talk to my father about this when I return. It shouldn't be too difficult." "In that case, thank you, Brother Qinji." Jianchen was filled with gratitude. At the same time, he was extremely happy. He had finally found a space gate, so he could quickly return to the kingdom of Jessen. Qinji downed the wine in his cup in a single gulp before picking up some delicacies with his chopsticks and chewing leisurely. He said with a muffled voice, "However, Brother Jianchen, I suggest you wait 3 days before leaving through a space gate." "Why?" Jianchen was confused. Chapter 390. Jianchen did not turn down Qinji's request. After thinking about it for a while, he agreed in an extremely straightforward manner. Following this, Jianchen temporarily stayed in the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. Although his days were as carefree as an immortal's, Jianchen was still somewhat unaccustomed to life in the imperial palace. At night, there were always several armored guards and maids waiting outside the palace door. On one hand, they were there to ensure Jianchen's safety, and on the other hand, they were there to serve Jianchen. Even when Jianchen walked around the imperial palace, there were always several guards and maids following behind him. If it wasn't for the fact that Jianchen knew that this was a treatment that every distinguished guest had to enjoy, he might have really suspected that these people were here to monitor him, afraid that he would do something improper in the imperial palace of the Qin Empire. The next day, Qinji found Jianchen early in the morning and brought Jianchen to stroll around the imperial palace. He constantly introduced Jianchen to every place in the imperial palace. Jianchen didn't bring the white tiger with him when he strolled around the imperial palace. He didn't want the white tiger to be exposed to too many nobles, so before he left, he fed the white tiger several heavenly treasures, causing the white tiger to fall into a deep sleep with a blissful expression. The imperial palace of the Qin Empire was very large. Jianchen and Qinji walked around for an entire day and only managed to explore 2/3 of the imperial palace. The remaining 1/3 was either not in time or was in some forbidden areas. During this day, Jianchen also got to know many young masters and young ladies from noble families through Qinji's introduction. Their ages were all around the same age as Jianchen and Qinji. However, in front of these people, Qinji didn't introduce Jianchen in detail. He only said that Jianchen was a friend that he had made in private. This caused many young masters and young masters from noble families to disdain Jianchen. However, Jianchen's resolute and handsome face caused many young ladies of prominent status to cast strange glances at him. There were even a few lively and cheerful young ladies who directly opened their mouths to express their goodwill to Jianchen. However, Jianchen's popularity caused some young masters and young masters of noble families to be dissatisfied. Their gazes towards Jianchen were filled with intense jealousy. After Jianchen and Qinji left, many prominent princes and young masters immediately sent people to inquire about Jianchen's background. However, the results they obtained made everyone sigh in relief. This was because the information they found out was that Jianchen didn't belong to any major power. He was an unknown character. According to their guesses, even if Jianchen had a certain background, it was at most a power that couldn't be shown in public. In the evening, Jianchen finished his day's tour of the imperial palace. He and Qinji returned to the dazzling palace for a meal. This was Qinji's residence, and it was extremely large. There were several palaces, and all kinds of living facilities and leisure facilities were available. Just as Jianchen and Qinji were eating and chatting happily, a guard in armor ran in from outside. He knelt on one knee in front of Qinji and said respectfully, "Third Prince, Princess Qin Shuang, Princess Qin Yubing, and the Southern Commandery Princess have arrived at Cloud Palace." Cloud Palace was the palace where Qinji lived. Hearing this, Qinji frowned slightly and muttered, "Strange, why are they here?" Then, Qinji seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Jianchen meaningfully and laughed. "Please, quickly invite them in." "Yes, Third Prince." The guard answered and immediately retreated. After the guard left, Qinji and Jianchen toasted each other and smiled faintly. "Brother Jianchen, I don't have such a deep friendship with the three of them. This is the first time they have come to my residence. I think they are here for you." Jianchen drank the wine in his cup and smiled bitterly. "Brother Qinji, you are being sarcastic." Qinji glared at him and said with a serious face, "Sarcastic? I am not being sarcastic. Jianchen, don't doubt my words. Let's wait and see." Soon, three beautiful young girls in the prime of their lives slowly walked in from outside. These three were the most cheerful of the many princesses he had seen in the palace during the day. Princess Qin Shuang, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, winked at Qinji mischievously and said in a delicate voice, "Brother, Qin Shuang has never come here to see you before. Don't tell me you don't welcome me, your sister Huang?" Qinji laughed and said, "Welcome, welcome. How can I not welcome you? My two sisters, the Southern Commandery Princess, please sit down. You must have not eaten yet. Servants, quickly prepare 3 sets of tableware." The two princesses and the Southern Commandery Princess were forthright and generous girls, but their speech and behavior were full of the temperament of a lady from a noble family. They thanked Qinji politely. When the three of them sat down, Princess Qin Yubing glanced at Jianchen and then said to Qinji, "Oh right, brother, you have not introduced this friend of yours to me. I am very curious, how did you two meet?" Hearing this, Qinji winked mischievously at Jianchen and explained with a smile, "There is no harm in telling you. Brother Jianchen and I met at the mercenary tournament. We felt like old friends at first sight and have since become friends. Moreover, this brother of mine is the king of mercenaries who obtained first place in this year's mercenary tournament." "Ah, so he is the Jianchen who obtained first place in the mercenary tournament." The two princesses and the Southern Commandery Princess revealed a very surprised expression. The way they looked at Jianchen changed again, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. Seeing the three princesses and the Southern Commandery Princess staring at him without blinking, Jianchen could not help but bitterly smile in his heart. He then fiercely glared at Qinji. However, Qin acted as if he did not see Jianchen at all. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, as he continuously stuffed the delicacies on the table into his mouth. He was very happy to eat alone. Wow, Jianchen, you are so powerful. You are actually the first place in this year's mercenary tournament. This means that you must be even more powerful than our brother. Come, I, Citoyen, propose a toast to you. The Southern Commandery Princess immediately raised the cup in her hand and said to Jianchen with a heroic expression. She had the demeanor of a chivalrous woman. After Citoyen, Qin Shuang and Qin Yubing also raised their cup. The three princesses and the Southern Commandery Princess proposed a toast to Jianchen at the same time. At this moment, of course, Jianchen could not back down. He stood up from his seat and raised his cup with a smile on his face. He said some polite words to the three princesses and the Southern Commandery Princess and the Southern Commandery Princess. Then the four of them clinked their cup. Just as they were about to drink the wine in their cups, a loud noise came from outside. Young Master Xiaohan, you can't go in. Without the third prince's permission, you can't enter Yunxian Palace. Young Master Xiaohan, please don't make it difficult for us. Without the third prince's permission, you can't enter Yunxian Palace. Get out of my way. Who do you think I am? I don't need to inform the third prince when I come to visit. As he spoke, a young man about 25 years old strode in from outside. The young man looked dignified and wore a gorgeous green robe. Between his eyebrows, there was a strong sense of arrogance. He gave off the feeling that he did not care about anyone in the world. Behind the young man, two armored guards tried to stop him. However, the young man's status was not low. He had barged into the third prince's Yunxian palace, but the guards did not dare to do anything to him. Third prince, please forgive us. The two guards helplessly apologized to the third prince. Qin Ji looked at the young man expressionlessly. Then he waved his hand at the two guards and said, "You two can leave now." "Yes, third prince." The two guards acted as if they had been pardoned and quickly left. Qin Ji looked at the young man who had barged in and said in a deep voice, "Xiaohan, why did you suddenly come to my Yunxian palace?" The young man named Xiaohan smiled and cupped his hands at Qin Ji. "Third prince, tomorrow is His Majesty's 50th birthday. Xiaohan has come here to discuss the birthday gift with third prince. If I have disturbed you, third prince, please don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohan suddenly looked at Qin Shuang, Qin Yubing, and the South Commandery Princess. He was shocked and said, "I didn't expect the two princesses and the South Commandery Princess to be here as well. What a coincidence. Oh, three princesses, what are you doing?" Xiaohan looked at the two princesses, the Southern Princess, and Jianchen in surprise. Even an idiot would know what the four of them were doing from such a scene. A hint of jealousy flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. However, he smiled and said, "Princesses, are you toasting with the third prince's friend?" Princess Qin Shuang, Princess Qin Yubing, and the South Commandery Princess frowned at the same time. There was a hint of disgust in their eyes. They were very disgusted with Xiaohan. Princess Qin Yubing did not even look at Jianchen. There was a faint smile on her face. She raised her wine glass and smiled at Jianchen. "Let's drink." Princess Qin Yubing's voice was very soft. It made people's hearts tremble. Then, Qin Shuang and the South Commandery Princess raised their wine glasses at the same time with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Xiaohan was furious. The jealousy in his heart was even stronger. He quickly said, "You can't do this. The three princesses are of great status. How can you drink with a stranger so casually? It's beneath your dignity." Hearing this, Qin Ji was furious. His calm eyes suddenly became fierce. He said in a deep voice, "Xiaohan, what do you mean by that? Could it be that the friends of my Qin Ji do not have enough status to drink with the three princesses?" Chapter 391. Xiaohan's words made Qin Ji's expression immediately become extremely ugly. However, before he could say anything, Princess Qin Yubing stared at Xiao Han with a frosty expression. She said angrily, Xiao Han, is it your business who we drink with? That's right, Xiao Han. What we do is our own business. What does it have to do with you? Princess Qin Shuang's face was also ugly. Xiao Han, how high do you think your status is? If you didn't have a good grandfather, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into my Qin Huang imperial palace. How strong do you think you are? How amazing do you think you are? You're even inferior to my imperial brother. To think that your grandfather wasted so many heaven and earth spirit medicines on you. Even now, you're still only a great saint master. What a waste. The southern princess also spoke back, not giving Xiao Han any face. Hearing these words, Xiao Han's face became more and more gloomy. His eyes became incomparably cold. Qin Shuang and Princess Qin Yubing were both heavenly beauties, and as beautiful as flowers. They had always been the targets of Xiao Han's pursuit. In the past, he had expressed his love for the two princesses more than once. Although he had been heartlessly rejected, Xiao Han had never given up because he believed that with his status and position in the Qin Empire, he was worthy of the two princesses. As long as the time was right, it wouldn't be too difficult for his grandfather to personally propose marriage to the king. However, he didn't expect that the two princesses he had always pursued in his heart would say such unpleasant words to him for an unknown stranger whose appearance made him jealous. How could Xiao Han, who had always boasted of his status, endure this? Especially the words of the southern princess. It was like a sharp sword fiercely stabbing into Xiao Han's heart. It deeply insulted Xiao Han. Xiao Han was so angry that he couldn't speak. His face turned green and white. Seeing that Xiao Han was defeated, Qin Ji had a gloating expression on his face. He said indifferently, Xiao Han, my two sisters and the southern princess are having a meal with my brother. I already have a plan for my father's birthday, so there's no need to discuss it. Brother Xiao Han, please go back. Qin Ji looked outside and shouted, Men, send Xiao Han back. Immediately, two maids walked over and bowed to Xiao Han. They smiled and said, Young Master Xiao Han, please. Xiao Han took a few deep breaths as the flames of fury in his heart burned fiercely. He blamed all of this on Jianchen. At this moment, his jealousy and resentment towards Jianchen had reached an extreme. Fine, fine, fine. Southern Princess, if you say that I am not as good as the third prince, then I, Xiao Han, will accept it. Because compared to the third prince, who is extremely talented, I, Xiao Han, am indeed not good enough. But I want to ask, could it be that the person in front of you, is he that powerful? Apart from being a little handsome, he's not as good as me in terms of status, position, or strength. Xiao Han said word by word. The jealousy and resentment in his heart made him lose his mind. When the southern princess heard that, a mocking smile appeared on her face. She looked at Xiao Han with disdain and said, Xiao Han, you only have your status because you have a good grandfather. You didn't earn it with your own efforts. As for your strength... The southern princess looked at Jianchen with her beautiful eyes and then looked at Xiao Han with disdain. She said mockingly, In terms of strength, you're not even as good as the third prince, let alone Jianchen. What's so great about him? I don't believe he's stronger than me. Xiao Han was furious. He glared at Jianchen and shouted, Boy, I, Xiao Han, want to challenge you. Do you dare accept? Jianchen frowned. Xiao Han's attitude made him very unhappy. At that moment Qin Ji said, Xiao Han, the southern princess is right. You're not my brother's match. Don't embarrass yourself. You two, hurry up and send Xiao Han back. Qin Ji's tone was very calm. He didn't have a good impression of Xiao Han, so he didn't give him any face. Yes, Your Highness, young Master Xiao Han, piss off. Just as the two maids were about to ask Xiao Han to leave again, they were pushed aside by Xiao Han. Xiao Han stared at Jianchen with an extremely gloomy expression. Powerful saint force surged out of his right hand, condensing into a huge sword that was as wide as a palm. He pointed the sword at Jian Chen and said angrily, "Do you dare accept my challenge?" Xiao Han's provocation infuriated Jian Chen. He immediately slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were sharp as he shouted, "Xiao Han, you can't do whatever you want in Xingyun Palace. If you continue to be so rude, don't blame me for not giving you any face." However, the enraged Xiao Han had already lost his mind. He ignored the third prince's words and pointed his huge sword at Jian Chen. He said again, "Do you dare accept my challenge? How dare you?" Qin Ji slammed his hand on the table. He was so angry that he wanted to teach Xiao Han a lesson himself. Jian Chen raised his hand to stop Qin Ji. He stared at Xiao Han coldly and said indifferently, "Brother Qin Ji, since this brother wants to challenge me, I'll grant him his wish." Qin Ji hesitated for a moment before nodding. He said to Jian Chen, "Brother Jian Chen, please go easy on him." "Go easy on him? Teach him a good lesson. He comes to harass me every few days. It's so annoying," Princess Qin Shuang said unhappily. "That's right, so annoying." Princess Qin Yubing's eyes also showed a trace of disgust. Jian Chen looked at Xiao Han and said, "Do it." Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "Let's go outside. This place is too small. I don't want to destroy the third prince's Xingyun Palace." "There's no need." Jian Chen shook his head gently and said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to move. Don't worry, I won't destroy anything here when I deal with you." Jian Chen's disdain made Xiao Han even angrier. He said angrily, "How arrogant! I'll make you pay." With that, Xiao Han raised his saint weapon and slashed at Jian Chen with all his strength. Princess Qin Shuang, Princess Qin Yushuang, and the commandery princess of the South Mansion exclaimed in unison. They quickly retreated a distance, fearing that they would be affected. Jian Chen snorted coldly. He waved his hand and a chopstick on the table flew up by itself. It shot toward Xiao Han with a faint violet sword chi. Arg! Along with a miserable cry, a chopstick pierced through Xiao Han's right shoulder, stabbing into the bone that connected to his arm. Xiao Han didn't dare to move his right arm at all. "Wow, Jian Chen, you're so strong. Too strong, too strong. Jian Chen, you're too strong. You used a chopstick to defeat a great saint master like Xiao Han. Jian Chen, you must teach me this move." The two princesses and the southern princess all clapped and cheered as they looked at Jian Chen in admiration. Their eyes were filled with stars. Seeing that Xiao Han wasn't injured, Qin Ji sighed in relief. This was someone who dared to kill the young masters of the Shi and Jetta clans. He was worried that Jian Chen would take Xiao Han's life in a fit of anger. "Why aren't you taking Xiao Han to heal?" Qin Ji waved his hand and ordered the two maids to escort Xiao Han away. Xiao Han endured the pain in his arm and glared at Jian Chen with eyes full of hatred. He then left without looking back. After suffering such a great loss, he didn't have the face to stay. After Xiao Han left, Jian Chen looked at Qin Ji and asked, "Brother Qin Ji, what is the background of this person called Xiao Han? His status seems to be quite high." Qin Ji sat down again and said, "Xiao Han's identity is indeed a bit special. In the palace, he's almost equal to us princes because his grandfather is the imperial teacher of our Qin Huang kingdom. He has a prominent status and is respected by everyone. Even my father has to treat him as an equal. 5 years ago, Xiao Han's father was the commander of the imperial guards of our Qin Huang kingdom. One time, when my father was attacked outside, Xiao Han's father used his own body to block the enemy's fatal attack for my father. Xiao Han's father died because of that. Because of that, my father dotes on Xiao Han and takes great care of him. That's why Xiao Han's status is almost equal to us princes." "So that's how it is. How strong is Xiao Han's grandfather?" Jian Chen asked. "A heaven saint master. And an extremely talented 5th cycle heaven saint master." Qin Ji's face became serious. An extremely talented fifth cycle heaven saint master. Jianchen murmured. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face. After the meal, the two princesses and the southern commandery princess bid farewell to Jianchen and left one after another. Jianchen returned to his own resting quarters and sat cross-legged on his bed with his head lowered in contemplation. Tomorrow was the birthday of the Qin Huang Kingdom's emperor, and he still didn't know what he was going to present to the emperor. However, apart from a heaven-tier battle skill, a large amount of heavenly resources, and a Class 6 monster core, there didn't seem to be anything valuable on him. He definitely couldn't give away the heaven-tier battle skill. As for the Class 6 monster core, with the strength of the Qin Empire, he believed that it wouldn't be too valuable. At this moment, an idea flashed through Jianchen's mind. With a flip of his hand, a thumb-sized pill appeared in his hand. This was the second Class 8 Radiant Spirit pill that Uncle Xiao had given him. Back then, he couldn't bear to use it, so he had kept it. Chapter 392. The birthday celebration of the King of the Qin Empire officially began the next day. Jianchen was called out by Qin Ji very early in the morning, and the two of them left together to celebrate the birthday of the King of the Qin Empire. Today, the imperial palace was especially lively. Many high-ranking nobles and members of the imperial family were all dressed up and brought birthday gifts. Accompanying them were the leaders of the various major powers in the Qin Huang Kingdom. In short, anyone who could enter the Qin Huang Kingdom's imperial palace was not a simple person. The Qin Empire was extremely powerful. It was in existence only second to the three great empires on the continent. Even with the entire continent in perspective, the Qin Empire could be regarded as a peak empire. As a result, aside from the various organizations in the empire, the people who came to celebrate the birthday of the King of the Qin Empire were all people of great statuses. They were either princesses or ministers of the empire. There were even a few imperial advisors who had personally come. Jianchen followed behind Qin Ji and arrived at an extremely large hall. When they arrived, there were already over 1,000 people gathered there. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and possessed extraordinary bearings. They were all people who could be seen in public. Groups of palace maids in palace attire carried stacks of snacks as they walked in and out of the hall. They served every esteemed guest politely. "Greetings to your highness." "Greetings to your highness." Quite a few people immediately bowed or clasped their hands in greeting when they saw Qin Ji enter. They were either extremely respectful or filled with enthusiasm. Facing these people, Qin Ji returned their greetings with a warm smile. His attitude was easygoing and respectful. He didn't have the air of a prince at all. Jianchen followed behind Qin Ji with half his body. He liked to keep a low profile, so he did not want to become the center of attention. Unless he had no other choice, he would not show off. Naturally, many of the nobles in the hall noticed Jianchen. Some of them only thought that Jianchen was Qin Ji's follower and didn't pay much attention to him. However, the other group of people were more insightful. They could see that Jianchen had an extraordinary bearing. He was neither servile nor overbearing when facing the crowd. He always looked at them with a calm and emotionless gaze. His every movement carried the demeanor of an expert. Although he was young, he gave people a feeling that he was as steady as a mountain. Moreover, some people who were not weak even faintly felt a pressure from Jianchen's body. Their faces immediately revealed a look of horror. Strange, why do I feel that the person beside His Highness the Third Prince looks familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous robe with a resolute face stared suspiciously at Jianchen, frowning as he muttered to himself. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many people in the hall felt that Jianchen looked familiar, but at the same time, they felt a little unfamiliar. However, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. "Brother Jianchen, you should find a place to rest first. I still have to attend to the guests." At this time, Qin Ji said apologetically to Jianchen. Today was his father's 50th birthday. As the ruler of the Qin Empire, he naturally wouldn't personally attend to these people. Moreover, the people who had come this time were all people of high status and power. There were even envoys from neighboring countries, so naturally, he couldn't let ordinary people take care of these people. His Majesty's sons and daughters were in charge. Moreover, this kind of gathering was a great opportunity for the princes of the Qin Empire to form factions. They could use this opportunity to build a solid foundation for their future struggle for the throne. Jianchen was no longer a child who didn't understand anything. He naturally understood how important this kind of gathering was to the third Prince Qinji, so he very understandingly separated from Qinji. Then, he took some delicious snacks and walked to an inconspicuous corner to sit down. He slowly enjoyed these delicious snacks that could only be eaten in the palace. At this time, a middle-aged man in a blue robe came to Jianchen's side and sat down. He looked at Jianchen, who was engrossed in eating the snacks, with a smile on his face, and said, "This little brother, have we met somewhere before?" Jianchen raised his head to look at the middle-aged man, but he didn't have the slightest impression of him. He shook his head and said, "You must have seen wrongly, or you may have met someone who looks a bit like me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded his head and said, "Perhaps." "Right, I am Tai Mu Zhuang. What is this little brother's name?" Jianchen chuckled and said, "This little one is just a nobody. I'm not from the Qin Empire. I'm afraid you won't recognize me even if I tell you, so there's no need to mention it." Jianchen had just finished eating the snacks on his plate. He picked up the plate and left, going to the table in the center of the hall to take another one. After Jianchen left, Tai Mu Zhuang frowned in thought. He muttered, "An unknown nobody? Is that really so? Why do I feel like I've seen you somewhere before?" After thinking for a while, Tai Mu Zhuang couldn't find the answer, so he left in boredom. "His Majesty the King has arrived." At this moment, a long and loud voice suddenly rang out. Following this voice, the noisy hall suddenly became silent. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the front of the hall. They saw a dignified middle-aged man wearing a purple and gold dragon robe, accompanied by a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, slowly walk out. The king of the Qin Empire was just 50 years old, but on the surface, he looked like he was only 40 years old. His face was ruddy and full of spirit, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit, flashing with the light of wisdom. The king of the Qin Empire had a total of 12 children, 7 princes and 5 princesses. The oldest was already more than 30 years old, and the youngest was not even 6 years old. At this moment, all 13 of his children were following behind him. "Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live a long life and lead the Qin Empire to greater prosperity and strength." Everyone in the hall shouted in unison. Living a long life was the highest lifespan on the Tianyuan continent. Normally, only the king of a country could enjoy such a title. This was because 1,000 years was the lifespan of a heaven saint master. Saint rulers and even saint kings, who were above heaven saint masters, could not live past 10,000 years. They were all in the 1,000 number. Next, everyone presented their carefully prepared birthday gift. Without exception, all of the gifts were priceless. There were even some precious items that were beyond the value of money. In addition, there were many ancient antique ceramics that were incomparably valuable. There were also many heavenly resources that were more than 10,000 years old, but they were all at least 10,000 years old. When most of the people had presented their gifts, a purple and gold jade box appeared in Jianchen's hand. He then held it with both hands and strode forward. He clasped his hands at the king of the Qin Empire and smiled. "Inside this box is a Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill. I've specially come to present it to Your Majesty to congratulate Your Majesty on Your Majesty's birthday." Jianchen was much more concise and did not use any fancy words. "A Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill? I heard that only Class 7, radiant saint masters can create such a pill. It's truly a panacea for healing. Not only can it purge the body of all poisons, but it can also save people from dying. Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pills are extremely rare on the Tianyuan continent. They're life-saving treasures that even hermits covet. They're life-saving treasures. A few of the more experienced people in the hall began to sigh in amazement when they heard that it was a Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill. They all stared at the box in Jianshan's hand with shining eyes, because Radiant Spirit Pills of such a high level were basically extinct on the Tianyuan continent. Not only was it because Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters who could create such pills were as rare as phoenix feathers, but it also required a tremendous amount of effort to create such pills. The appearance of the Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill had even moved the king. As the ruler of an empire, it was not difficult for him to obtain all sorts of heavenly resources and wondrous treasures. However, the significance of the Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill was completely different. This was because it could be used to save lives. If used properly, its value would be immeasurable. The king signaled with his eyes, and a white-robed old man immediately walked out of the crowd. He accepted the box in Jianshan's hand and poured out a thumb-sized pill from a white jade bottle to examine it. The old man was a Radiant Saint Master, so he could clearly sense the extremely dense Radiant Saint force within the pill. After confirming that there was no mistake, the old man beamed with joy. He carefully placed the pill back into the bottle before clasping his hands at the king. "Your Majesty, this is indeed a Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill." The old man was extremely excited because such a high-level pill was just far too rare. Qin Ji glanced at Jianshan gratefully from behind the king. He knew extremely well just how valuable a Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill was, yet Jianshan was actually willing to give something so valuable to the king as a birthday gift. The significance of this was so great that even Qin Ji felt proud. The gazes of the other princes who did not know Jianshan's background changed slightly as well. They all smiled and nodded at Jianshan in a friendly manner. A Class 8 Radiant Spirit Pill was not something that just anyone could take out. Jianshan's unintentional actions proved his identity without a doubt. The king immediately laughed heartily after hearing the old man's confirmation. Even the way he looked at Jianshan changed. He asked amiably, "Brother, you have an extraordinary bearing. I can tell with a single glance that you're a dragon among men. May I ask which family's young master you are to be willing to offer such a precious gift? You really make me feel ashamed." "Father, he's Jianshan. He's a friend I've made outside," Qin Ji said politely from behind the king before Jianshan could reply. As soon as Qin Ji finished speaking, a few cries rang out from the crowd. "Jianshan! I never thought that he would be Jianshan. No wonder I found him to be a little familiar. Is he the Jianshan who won first place in this year's mercenary tournament? His strength is comparable to a Heaven Saint Master. No wonder I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. So it's him. I remember now. He's the Jianshan who won the title of Mercenary King. I saw him in the tournament. No wonder I found him to be a little familiar. It's because he's missing his hair and eyebrows. I actually failed to recognize him immediately." Chapter 393. Hearing these people's comments about Jianshan, the nobles in the hall all revealed astonished expressions. Soon after, they all looked at Jianshan with shock and disbelief. Everyone knew the name of this year's king of mercenaries, Jianshan. However, very few people had actually seen Jianshan before. What no one expected was that Jianshan was actually so young. From his appearance, he looked even younger than the third prince. In that case, Jianshan had cultivated for a few years less than the third prince. However, he possessed such great strength. This allowed everyone to see Jianshan's shocking talent. The king of the Qin Empire immediately laughed heartily. He looked at Jianshan with amazement and said, "Good, good, good. I didn't misjudge you. Jianshan is indeed a dragon among men. To be able to obtain first place in the mercenary tournament at such a young age, your future is limitless. It is my son's fortune to be able to befriend you." Xiao Han, who was standing in the crowd, stared at Jianchen with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with a venomous light. He gnashed his teeth and muttered, "I didn't expect you to be that *T king of mercenaries. No matter who you are, I, Xiao Han, will not let you off easily." Hearing Xiao Han's muttering, a middle-aged man in green clothes stood beside Xiao Han and asked in a low voice, "Xiao Han, could this person be the one who insulted you yesterday and injured you?" "That's right. Uncle Mu Xiaoye, you must help me teach him a lesson. Otherwise I, Xiao Han, will not be able to take this lying down," Xiao Han said in a low voice. Mu Xiaoye was his grandfather's disciple and had a close relationship with him. Mu Xiaoye frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid this won't be easy. I didn't expect him to be this year's king of mercenaries, Jianchen. Although I don't know how strong he is, I think he must be much stronger than the third prince. Moreover, he has obtained the recognition of His Majesty. If I make a move against him, I'm afraid His Majesty will be displeased." "Uncle Mu Xiaoye, how old is he? Even if he can strengthen the third prince, he is definitely not your opponent. Perhaps he used some other method or got lucky to obtain that *T king of mercenaries. You can challenge him in public and humiliate him. As for His Majesty, I will naturally have my grandfather take action," Xiao Han said in a low voice. Mu Xiaoye nodded and said, "All right. It just so happens that I want to test his strength and see if this year's king of mercenaries is as powerful as the rumors say." After learning that Jianchen was this year's king of mercenaries, the king of the Qin Empire became much friendlier towards Jianchen. On the other hand, when the other princes standing behind him heard that Jianchen was the third prince's friend, some of their faces became extremely ugly. Only two of the younger princes remained calm, as if none of this had anything to do with them. Jianchen and the king exchanged some pleasantries before returning to the crowd. However, at this moment, all the nobles and leaders in the hall treated Jianchen differently. They all scrambled to establish a relationship with Jianchen. This was because every year, if the king of mercenaries could successfully mature, he would become a heaven saint master at the very least. There was even a very high chance that he could break through to saint ruler. To these people, Jianchen could only use his scalp and patiently return their greetings. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out in the hall, suppressing the noise in the hall. "Your Majesty, our Qin Empire has always relied on martial prowess to establish our empire and defend our empire. Today is your Majesty's birthday, so how can martial prowess be absent from the banquet? Your humble servant is itching to spar with the king of mercenaries, Jianchen. It can also be considered a performance on your Majesty's birthday as a gift. Please allow me, your Majesty." Hearing this, everyone turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man in azure clothes kneeling on one knee as he respectfully spoke to the king of the Qin Empire. Hearing this, the king of the Qin Empire looked at Jianchen with a smile and introduced, "Jianchen, this is the commander of the Imperial Guards, Mu Zhe." The king did not agree or disagree with Mu Zhe's request. Instead, he gave the choice to Jianchen because he really wanted to see what Jianchen was capable of. Jianchen smiled indifferently and walked out with large strides. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Commander Mu Zhe wishes to spar with me, then I will perform with Commander Mu Zhe. It can also be considered a gift to your Majesty." The king happily laughed and said, "Good, good, good. If that's the case, then let us all go outside and cheer for the two of you." Soon after, the king walked out of the palace accompanied by an old man. Behind him was a large group of nobles and leaders of various factions. In a spacious area, everyone formed a circle around Jianchen and Mu Zhe. Everyone was in high spirit. The battle between the king of mercenaries and the commander of the Imperial Guards was destined to be very exciting. In everyone's hearts, they wanted to know who was stronger between Jianchen and Mu Zhe. Only a few people who had personally witnessed Jianshan's strength at the mercenary conference revealed meaningful smiles. Mu Ze held a light azure spear in his hand as he stared at Jianshan with a serious expression. Although Jianshan was much younger than him, he couldn't be careless because of his title as the king of mercenaries. Jianshan calmly stood 30 meters away. He calmly looked at Mu Ze and said, "Commander Mu Ze, please make your move." Mu Ze couldn't help but frown when he saw that Jianshan actually wanted to fight him without taking out a saint weapon. Anger flashed through the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Jianshan was blatantly humiliating him. Mu Ze's gaze turned cold as he snorted. He stomped his feet on the ground and shot toward Jianshan. At the same time, his spear surged with wind-attributed saint force as it stabbed toward Jianshan. Jianshan wore a faint smile the entire time. He gently stomped his right foot on the ground and a thumb-sized pebble shot up. Jianshan calmly caught it in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the pebble flickered with a faint azure light as it shot toward Mu Ze with lightning speed. Ding! With a clear sound, the thumb-sized pebble accurately struck the tip of Mu Ze's spear. An inconceivably powerful force was transmitted from the pebble, causing the spear in Mu Ze's hand to tremble. Mu Ze's expression changed drastically. The powerful force immediately stopped his forward charge. He staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself. His hands that were holding the spear began to tremble slightly. The web between his thumb and forefinger had already ruptured as blood flowed out. Mu Ze paled in fright as he looked at Jianshan in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Mu Ze found it hard to accept that he couldn't even catch a pebble with his strength. Seeing how Jianshan had ruptured the web between Mu Ze's thumb and forefinger with a single pebble, the surrounding people were all in an uproar. They all looked at Jianshan in disbelief. The impact of this scene was just too great. Did Jianshan use a battle skill? Many people thought to themselves. The king of the Qin Empire also sucked in a deep breath. He stared at Jianshan in shock for a while before shooting a glance at the old man behind him. Just a single pebble was enough to make the commander of the Imperial Guard suffer. This scene made the king realize that Jianshan's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Using an Earth Saint Master would not be able to accurately gauge Jianshan's strength, so he could only send someone stronger. The old man behind the king nodded slightly before striding forward. He said, "Jianshan, let old man deal with you." With that, the old man did not give Jianshan a choice. He turned into a blur as he charged toward Jianshan. A strange smile appeared on Jianshan's face. With a light tap of his finger, a faint azure sword chi shot toward the old man. The old man knew how powerful Jianshan was, so he did not dare to be careless. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched toward the azure sword chi with surging fiery red saint force. The azure and violet sword chi was dispersed by the old man's punch, and a shocking wound appeared on the old man's fist. The old man looked at the wound on his fist, and his expression gradually became serious. Then, he grabbed the air with his hand, and the fire elements in the world rapidly gathered. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a huge red sword. Jianshan sneered when he saw this. He slowly raised his right hand and the fire elemental energy in the surroundings immediately condensed at a speed much faster than the old man's. It also formed a huge, fiery red sword. Whether it was the color or the temperature, it was much more powerful than the old man's sword. Controlling the energy of the world. He can actually control the energy of the world. This is an ability to control the energy of the world. Has he already reached the level of Heaven Saint Master? The sight of Jianshan condensing the energy of the world into a sword shocked everyone present. At that moment, the shock that Jianshan gave them was many times greater than when he had easily repelled Mu Ze. Whether it was the nobles or the leaders of the various organizations, all of their eyes were wide open as they stared at Jianshan in disbelief. They had seen Heaven Saint Masters before, but they had never even heard of such a young Heaven Saint Master. How is this possible? Jianchen has actually broken through to Heaven Saint Master. Qin Ji also stared at Jianchen in a daze as he muttered in a daze. The king of the Qin Empire sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At that moment, he felt like his heart had never beat so violently before. If news of a Heaven Saint Master in his 20s spread, it would be enough to shake up the entire Tianyuan continent. Chapter 394. Shock and disbelief appeared in the eyes of the old man fighting Jianchen when he saw that Jianchen was actually able to condense the energy of the world into a sword. However, he immediately waved his hand and the huge sword of flames shot toward Jianchen. Jianchen attacked at the same time as the old man attacked. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the huge sword in front of him shot toward the old man. Boom! 2 streaks of fiery red light flashed and disappeared. 2 huge swords, which seemed to be able to burn the air, collided in the middle of the 2 people. Following a violent boom, flames lit up the sky. A huge fireball, which brought along an unbearable high temperature, rapidly spread out in all directions. Run! Back off! Protect His Majesty! The spectators in the surroundings immediately fell into chaos as they all retreated. At the same time, multicolored saint force flowed out of their bodies, forming a barrier to protect themselves and the important people around them. The expression of the king of the Qin Empire changed slightly when he saw the flames rapidly approaching him. However, at this moment a white figure flashed by. An azure-robed old man radiating with dense wind-attributed saint force instantly arrived before the king of the Qin Empire. He grabbed the king by the shoulder and flew into the air, escaping the range of the sea of flames. Figures flickered in the surroundings of the imperial palace. Earth saint masters with powerful ripples of saint force hurried over from various parts of the imperial palace, accompanied by groups of golden-armored guards. All of them rushed over in a hurry. At the same time, 4 old men and 2 middle-aged men strode out from the crowd. The 6 of them formed a circle around the sea of fire. Then, they waved their hands in unison, using violent palm winds to suppress the flames that were rolling towards them. Jianchen and the old man had already been swallowed by the flames. However, although the flames were powerful, they did not affect them much. When the flames were a meter away from the 2 of them, they were stopped by an invisible force, unable to advance any further. "Old man will go up and fight with you," the old man shouted as he shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was floating 500 meters above the ground. His body had shrunk to the size of an ant. Around his body, a thick layer of fire element enveloped him. Jianchen did not show any signs of weakness. With a thought, the wind elements between heaven and earth rapidly gathered towards him. Then, they wrapped around his body and flew into the air, hovering 100 meters away from the old man. What? Why you can actually control the wind elemental energy? The old man stared at the wind elemental energy around Jianchen with his mouth agape. His face was filled with shock. The faint azure light around Jianchen was obviously noticed by the people below as well. All of them were extremely shocked, and the Heaven Saint Masters hidden in the crowd involuntarily cried out as if they had seen a monster. Disbelief filled their faces. How is this possible? He clearly has fire attribute Saint Force. How can he control wind attribute Saint Force now? Does he not have fire attribute Saint Force, but wind attribute Saint Force? Impossible, no one has ever been able to control 2 elements on the Tianyuan continent. He must be using some method that we don't know about. Jianchen, can you control both the fire and wind elements at the same time? The old man hovering in the air asked in shock. Jianchen faintly smiled. He did not deny it and said, "That's right. I can indeed control both the fire and wind element." "No, that's impossible. How can you control 2 elements at the same time? This has never happened on the Tianyuan continent," the old man cried out. Jianchen said, "Nothing is impossible in this world. There are many things that are even more profound and inconceivable in this world. It's just that this level of comprehension is not something that we can touch upon. Although the old man was extremely shocked that Jianshan could control two types of energy of the world, he still calmed down very quickly and said, "You're right. The mysteries of the world are still not something that we can completely understand." It looks like the old man has lost his composure. The old man paused before a huge, fiery red sword appeared in his hand. He glared at Jianshan and said, "Today, let me see just how powerful someone who can control two elements is." Jianshan smiled and raised his hands slightly. Immediately, all the pebbles in the pool seemed to be pulled by a mysterious force. They all broke out of the water and flew into the sky extremely quickly, hovering before Jianshan. "What's going on? Why are all the pebbles flying into the sky? What kind of ability is this? How did he do it?" Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this strange sight. They all discussed in great surprise. The king of the Qin Empire stared at the sky under the protection of two heaven saint masters. He mumbled to himself, "This Jianshan is even more complicated than I imagined. He's reached heaven saint master at such a young age. Such a genius is rarely seen on the Tian Yuan continent even in 1,000 years. A heaven saint master beside the king sighed in amazement when he heard that. It's not just rare. It's basically rare even in 10,000 years. With the talent he has displayed, he'll become a saint ruler at the very least if he matures successfully. It won't be difficult for him to reach the level of the Holy Emperor." The king's expression immediately changed when he heard that. Even the princes standing behind the king were shocked when they heard this. They found it difficult to remain calm, and their gazes toward Qin Ji were filled with deep envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Qin Ji's joy was indescribable with words after personally witnessing Jianshan's outstanding ability. At this moment, the old man in the sky began to move. He no longer dared to look down on Jianshan, so he used his full strength. He charged toward Jianshan with his huge sword and flames that could vaporize the air. Chapter 395. Watch out for my sword. The old man flew in front of Jianshan and yelled out. His huge sword was covered in flames as it slashed toward Jianshan. Jianshan's gaze suddenly sharpened as a faint azure and violet light flickered in his eyes. The huge sword made of countless pebbles in front of him shone with a hazy azure and violet light as it shot toward the old man like a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a violent boom, the old man's huge sword collided with the sword made of countless pebbles. Quite a lot of the flames on the huge sword were dispersed, turning into sparks that shot in all directions. From afar, it looked like fireworks had bloomed in the air. It was an extremely spectacular sight. The old man's attack had reduced quite a few of the pebbles to dust, but there were still quite a few pebbles that remained in perfect condition that continued to shoot toward the old man. The old man's body was obstructed as he forcefully came to a halt in the air. Hearing the ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air, the old man's face could not help but become even more stern. He immediately swung his huge sword and slashed out with surging fire-attributed saint force, forming a magnificent red blur in front of him that blocked the incoming pebbles. Normally, these pebbles would be as weak as tofu before a heaven saint master. They could be crushed without any effort, but the pebbles that had been strengthened by Jianshan's azure and violet sword qi had become extremely powerful. As a large number of pebbles collided with the old man's huge sword, the sound of continuous explosions rang out in the air. Now, the old man's body had been completely restrained by the pebbles. Under the control of Jianshan's mind, the pebbles had already scattered and surrounded the old man, attacking him from all directions. Just what kind of strange ability is this? The old man was secretly shocked. His body had already been protected by a barrier of fire-attributed saint force. He fended off the pebbles around him as he tried to think of a way to break free. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of ignoring the attacks around him and directly charging towards Jianshan, but the attacks from the cobblestones were just too powerful. It would be very difficult for him to block the attacks with just a layer of energy around him. Moreover, the attacks were very concentrated, making it difficult for him to move an inch. Jianchen grabbed at the air with both hands, and the fire elemental energy in the surroundings rapidly gathered as streams of light. They quickly condensed into two huge, fiery red swords in front of him. As soon as the swords were condensed, they turned into a streak of fiery red light that shot towards the old man. The temperature it gave off seemed to even burn the air. Wherever it passed, the surrounding space became a faint pink color. The old man's face had already become extremely stern. He sent out two strands of sword chi with lightning-like speed, colliding with the two swords condensed from flames from Jianchen. With an intense rumble, the fiery light enveloped the sky. The waves of fire were like a magnificent army galloping in the sky, and also like a gorgeous flower blooming in the sky. The waves of fire that filled the sky were like surging waves that swept out in all directions. At this moment, the temperature in the world suddenly soared, making countless people in the palace below feel as if they were in a huge steamer. The scorching heat was unbearable. Jianchen's eyes flickered with a resplendent light. Suddenly, the wind in the surroundings whistled through the air, producing ghostly wails and howls. It blew away the waves of fire that surged toward Jianchen and headed toward the old man, completely submerging him in a single instance. Jianchen knew that an attack like this would not pose much of a threat to a Heaven Saint Master. At most, it would make him suffer a little. As a result, he did not stop there. Grabbing at the air with both hands, he condensed two more flaming swords that shot toward the old man. The swords immediately disappeared into the sea of fire. The next moment, a violent explosion rang out. The sea of fire churned violently as clouds of fire flew out, dispersing into the surroundings. A white figure flew out of the sea of fire. It was the old man who had been submerged in the sea of fire. Although the old man was not particularly injured, he was in an extremely horrible condition. His hair was disheveled and many of his clothes had been torn. He no longer possessed his sagely bearing from before. The old man hovered in the air in a rather stiff manner. He did not continue to attack, and Jianchen did not attack either. He understood that the old man was only testing his strength. It was not like there was some sort of irreconcilable enmity between them that required them to fight to the death. Very soon, the flames in the sky vanished. The heat that enveloped the entire imperial palace rapidly receded as well. The old man stared at Jianchen with mixed feelings. After being stunned for a while, he sighed in the end, "Old man has lost." Jianchen smiled and clasped his hands. "You must be joking, old sir. You probably only used less than 80% of your strength in this battle. If you had used your full strength, the outcome probably would have been completely different." The old man waved his hand and said, "A loss is a loss. Old man is not a sore loser. Although the old man did not use his full strength, your remaining strength is probably much greater than the old man's." Hearing this, Jianchen smiled and did not continue to dwell on this topic. He then slowly descended from the sky. Jianchen and the old man landed on the ground at the same time. Although there were over 1,000 people present, the entire place was silent. Whether it was the king of the Qin Empire, the members of the royal family, or the leaders of the various large organizations, they all stared blankly at Jianchen's young and handsome face. Not only had Jianchen reached the level of a Heaven Saint Master at such a young age, his strength had also greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. He had even caused an imperial advisor of the Qin Empire to sigh in admiration. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Jianchen's great strength and terrifying talent. If he could reach the level of a Heaven Saint Master in his 20s, just how terrifying would his strength be when he was 50 or even 100 years old? Wow, Jianchen, you really are too powerful. You've actually reached the level of a Heaven Saint Master. The silence was broken as the southern prefectural princess stared at Jianchen with a face full of admiration. She clapped her hands and cheered. Princess Qin Shuang and Princess Qin Yubing also looked at Jianchen with a strange light in their eyes. Other than them, there were many other princesses and young ladies who looked at Jianchen with deep admiration. There were even a few young ladies who looked at Jianchen with infatuation. Although Jianchen's hair and eyebrows had yet to grow back, he was still extremely handsome. Coupled with the fact that he had reached the level of a Heaven Saint Master at such a young age, becoming a peak expert on the continent, he had become the Prince Charming of many of the young ladies present. Ha ha ha, good good good. Jianchen's strength has truly broadened our horizons. Jianchen, since you're friends with my son Jianchen, you're no longer an outsider. I'll be so bold as to call you my nephew. How does that sound? The king of the Qin Empire loudly smiled. He was very excited. Qin Ji, who stood behind the king of the Qin Empire, also faintly smiled. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had never felt so excited before. At the same time, he was also rather shocked. Jianchen's sudden display of strength as a Heaven Saint Master had given him quite a fright. This was just far too shocking for someone of Jianchen's age. Jianchen calmly accepted the king of the Qin Empire's goodwill. This was something that would only benefit him. He immediately clasped his hands with a smile and said, "This is Jianchen's honor." The king of the Qin Empire was overjoyed. He laughed heartily again and said, "Since the battle is over, let's all return. Nephew Jianchen, let's go back to the skyscraper hall." With that, the king smiled deeply. He then grabbed Jianchen's hand in an extremely friendly manner and made his way back to the hall. He asked about Jianchen's well-being with great concern along the way, constantly calling him nephew. Xiao Han, who was hidden in the crowd, stared blankly at Jianchen. His face was blank as if he had suddenly become stupid. Impossible. Impossible. How could he be a Heaven Saint Master? This must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Xiao Han's lips trembled slightly as he mumbled to himself in an almost inaudible voice. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, the pale-faced Mu Zai arrived before Xiao Han. Seeing Xiao Han's blank expression, he gently sighed and scolded, "You've offended someone you can't afford to offend. I never thought that he would become a Heaven Saint Master so soon. With such talent, his future is limitless. Even Imperial Protector Ta is not his opponent. Looks like even your grandfather might not be able to defeat him. No, I have to tell your grandfather about this." Xiao Han's face immediately changed when he heard that. He quickly grabbed Mu Zai's hand and said hopefully, "Uncle Mu Zai, do you think my grandfather will seek justice for me?" Mu Zai's face could not help but change when he heard that. He viciously glared at Xiao Han and said softly, "Why are you still so foolish? Don't bring this up again. Jianchen is also a Heaven Saint Master, and a talented one at that. Even the king is trying his best to rope him in. Your grandfather is no threat to Jianchen at all. If you don't repent, even your grandfather will be implicated." Xiao Han's face paled as he said with a trembling voice, "Uncle Mu Zai, what should I do now?" Mu Zai sighed and said, "You better apologize to Jianchen quickly. I have to tell your grandfather about this matter. I hope he can turn this matter into a small one, and a small one into nothing." Very soon, everyone returned to the hall they had been in before. The king pulled Jianchen to the front of the hall and sat down on the dragon throne. He then ordered a palace maid to bring over a luxurious chair for Jianchen to sit beside him. He treated Jianchen more warmly than he treated his own children. The nobles and royal relatives did not object to the king's actions at all. They all smiled and nodded at Jianchen in a friendly manner, as if Jianchen really did deserve such treatment. The king of the Qin Empire could not hide his excitement. He looked around and cleared his throat, loudly announcing, "Since everyone is here, I will use this opportunity to announce a decree. Now, I appoint Jianchen as the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire. Does anyone have any objections?" Chapter 396. P.S. The internet was cut off yesterday, so I couldn't update. 4 chapters will be updated today. This is the second one. The third chapter will be updated before midnight. The 4th chapter will be updated after midnight. The king of the Qin Empire couldn't hide his excitement. He looked around, cleared his throat, and said in a loud voice, "Since everyone is here, this king will take advantage of this good opportunity to announce a decree. Now, this king appoints Jianchen as the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Does anyone have any objections?" As soon as the king finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at the king with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with surprise and disbelief. The imperial protector and the state preceptor were two completely different levels of status. The imperial protector was much more powerful than the state preceptor in both status and power. An imperial protector could not only mobilize a large number of troops of a kingdom at will, but he could also order the state preceptor to do things for him. In addition, the imperial protector also had a very terrifying power. He could behead the incapable emperor and kill all the civil and military officials in the court. His power was almost comparable to that of the monarch of a country. The king of the Qin Empire obviously saw Jianchen's unprecedented potential, so he appointed Jianchen as the imperial protector. The king of the Qin Empire's order not only stunned everyone in the hall, but even Qin Ji, who was standing next to him, had a look of disbelief on his face. His mind had already gone blank. After a while, the silence was finally broken. An old man with a head full of white hair strode forward and cupped his hands, saying, "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done. With Jianchen's ability, he is indeed qualified to be the state preceptor, but if he is appointed as the imperial protector, I'm afraid it will be very inappropriate." "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Kirill is right. The imperial protector has too many implications. It is indeed inappropriate to rashly appoint him. Why don't we let Jianchen be the state preceptor first?" Another old man stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the imperial protector cannot be appointed rashly. It must be approved by all the state preceptors of the great Qin Empire, or be approved by several esteemed imperial protectors." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man wearing simple clothes. His face was resolute, and his body emitted a faint murderous aura. He was a general in charge of guarding a region and had real power. "Your Majesty," an endless stream of objections came from all over the hall. Although Jianchen's talent and strength were extraordinary, the imperial protector had too many implications. It could almost be said that he was the ruler of a country. With Jianchen's age, many people did not dare to let Jianchen be the imperial protector, but there were many who agreed to let Jianchen be the state preceptor. At this time, more than 20 people came one after another outside the hall. Most of them were old men, and only a few middle-aged men and 3 middle-aged women in their 30s. These people came quietly and stood quietly at the back of the hall. They did not say a word, and very few people noticed their existence. His Majesty, who was sitting at the head of the hall, noticed the sudden arrival of the group at the back of the hall. He immediately showed a faint smile and said, "Yes, as you said, the imperial protector has too many implications. I indeed do not have the right to appoint the imperial protector. It must be approved by all the state preceptors of the Qin Empire or the 4 esteemed imperial protector." His Majesty stood up from the dragon throne and laughed loudly. "In that case, I invite the state preceptors to judge whether nephew Jianchen can be appointed as the imperial protector." "I agree that Jianchen can be appointed as the imperial protector." Several old men standing not far from the king were the first to agree. They were all state preceptors of the Qin Empire. Then they smiled and cupped their hands towards Jianchen, saying, "Greetings to Lord Imperial Protector. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's difficult to convince the public with just the approval of a few state preceptors. If you want to appoint the Imperial Protector, you must get the approval of all the state preceptors of the Qin Empire." An old general cupped his hands and said, "The king of the Qin Empire said with a smile, Old General Shu is right. State preceptors, what do you think?" The king of the Qin Empire looked towards the back of the hall. We all agree that Jianchen can be appointed as the imperial protector. An old voice was transmitted from the back of the hall. Everyone's gazes involuntarily looked towards the back of the hall when they heard the voice. All of their faces were stunned when they discovered that over 20 people had appeared there at some unknown time. Immediately, they revealed expressions of disbelief. Everyone present was a person of high status, so they all recognized the identity of these 20 people. They were all state preceptors of the Qin Empire. At this moment, all the state preceptors of the Qin Empire had gathered here. The 20 state preceptors walked forward at the same time. The people in front of them consciously made way for them. Soon, they came to the front. Their eyes all gathered on Jianchen. Soon after, they all cupped their hands and said, "Greetings to Lord Imperial Protector." Looking at the scene before him, the Qin Huang Kingdom's king immediately laughed heartily and was extremely excited. On the other hand, the authoritative figures in the hall were all dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the scene before them. At this moment, one of the state preceptors loudly said to everyone, "Everyone, don't doubt this. The appointment of Jianchen as the imperial protector was personally approved by the 4 esteemed imperial protectors of the Qin Empire. Just now, all of us received a message from the 4 esteemed imperial protectors. That's why we've gathered here. If anyone has any doubts about this matter, you can personally go and find the 4 esteemed imperial protectors to verify it." Hearing this, everyone immediately went into an uproar. None of them dared to say another word. The state preceptors of the Qin Empire were all Heaven Saint Masters. When over 20 Heaven Saint Masters bowed to him, Jianchen was stunned. He immediately became somewhat at a loss. What he didn't expect was that he had actually become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire for no reason. "Your Majesty, Jianchen's experience is shallow. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to take on such an important task." Jianchen immediately cupped his hands towards the king of the Qin Empire. The king chuckled and said, "Nephew Jianchen, appointing you as the imperial protector of our empire was approved by the 4 esteemed imperial protectors of the Qin Empire. Such an important task is not something that I can decide." Jianchen's face immediately became filled with hesitation. Becoming the imperial protector of the Qin Empire was no small matter. This matter had come so suddenly that Jianchen clearly found it difficult to make up his mind without carefully considering the pros and cons. Seeing the hesitation on Jianchen's face, Qin Ji, who was standing beside the king of the Qin Empire, immediately became anxious. He constantly shot Jianchen meaningful glances. His relationship with Jianchen was extraordinary, so he obviously wanted Jianchen to become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. This was an extremely good thing for him. However, Jianchen didn't notice Qin Ji's meaningful glances at all. This was because he was also caught in a dilemma. Although becoming the imperial protector of the Qin Empire would give him a very high status, Jianchen didn't want to be restricted in any way. The entire hall became deathly silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jianchen. As for Xiao Han, who had a conflict with Jianchen, his face had already become as pale as a sheet of paper. His entire body was trembling. The authority of the imperial protector was much greater than his grandfather's. It could be said that there was a clear distinction between a superior and a subordinate. Qin Ji's expression became more and more anxious. He was afraid that Jianchen wouldn't accept the position of the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Jianchen, after becoming the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, you will be able to use the Qin Empire's space gate and various resources of the Qin Empire without any restrictions. Moreover, your authority won't be any weaker than my father's." When he heard that he would be able to use the space gate at will, Jianchen's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Your Majesty, if I become the imperial protector, will my actions be restricted?" "Of course not. Nephew Jianchen, after becoming the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, you won't be restricted in any way. You only need to stand out when the Qin Empire is in danger. At the same time, you can't do anything that will endanger the Qin Empire, the king said with a smile. Hearing this, Jianchen thought to himself. This matter seemed to be beneficial to him. With the strength of the Qin Empire, the chances of him encountering danger were very small. Thinking of this, Jianchen hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still agreed to become the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. Greetings, Your Excellency, Imperial Protector. After Jianchen agreed, all the nobles and imperial relatives in the hall bowed to Jianchen. The imperial protector had a very prominent status in the Qin Empire. In some ways, the power of the imperial protector was even greater than that of the king of the Qin Empire. This was because if more than half of the imperial protector agreed, they could directly remove the king of the Qin Empire from his position. They could even ignore the king's objections and easily start a large-scale war. From this, it could be seen what kind of status the imperial protector represented in the Qin Empire. Following this, all the state preceptors and nobles of the Qin Empire came forward to befriend Jianchen. Although Jianchen could only be regarded as a fledgling in their eyes, his potential was still there. His future achievements were simply unimaginable. Even the four most respected imperial protector of the Qin Empire were shocked. After Jianchen became the imperial protector, Qin Ji was the happiest, the most excited, and the most excited person present. His face was beaming like a pear blossom, and he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Jianchen's appearance had undoubtedly stolen the limelight that originally belonged to the king of the Qin Empire. Today was the king's birthday, and he should have been the focus of attention. However, the limelight that should have belonged to him was now completely stolen by Jianchen. At this moment, the king of the Qin Empire didn't feel the slightest bit unhappy. On the contrary, he was very excited. The smile that came from the bottom of his heart didn't disappear from his face. Chapter 397. The 50th birthday celebration of the king of the Qin Empire soon came to an end. In the evening, Jianchen returned to his own palace after bidding farewell to all the influential figures. Now that Jianchen was the imperial protector of the Qin Empire, his status was very different from before. In the imperial palace, he was allocated a luxurious palace decorated with gold and jade. The name of the palace was also changed to Qin Heaven Palace. Qin Heaven Palace was a name that could only be given to the palace where the imperial protector lived. Not only was it vast in scale, even the decorations and layout were much better than the Xingyun Palace where the Qin Ji lived. Jianchen carried the white tiger, who was still sleeping and digesting the medicinal effects, and arrived at his own Qin Heaven Palace accompanied by several palace maids. Looking at the splendid decorations around him, Jianchen was secretly speechless. The decorations of Qin Heaven Palace were too luxurious. Jianchen swore that he had never seen such a luxurious palace before. "Lord Imperial Protector, let us servants help you bathe and change your clothes." Several beautiful palace maids behind Jianchen whispered softly. They all looked at Jianchen's back with anticipation. These palace maids were all carefully selected by the king himself. They were all around 20 years old, and were the most beautiful people in the palace. Not only were they heavenly beauties, they were also all virgins. Jianchen looked back and forth at the splendid palace. He waved his hand at the palace maids behind him, and said indifferently, "All of you are dismissed. Lord Imperial Protector, don't you like us to serve you?" The palace maids looked at Jianchen pitifully with a faint desire in their eyes. Jianchen was so handsome and had such a high status as the imperial protector. To them, it was a great honor to be able to serve Jianchen. "All of you are dismissed. I'm not used to being served. If there's anything else, I'll call for you." Jianchen's tone was very calm. After he finished speaking, he carried the white tiger and walked towards his bedroom. Looking at Jianchen's disappearing figure, the most outstanding and beautiful palace maids, who were carefully selected from the entire palace, could only reveal disappointed expressions. They then left with a regretful heart. Outside Jianqin's Qin Tian Hall, 500 imperial guards in golden armor were like stone statues. They solemnly guarded the surroundings, and every single one of them had an extremely proud expression. To be able to become the imperial protector's personal guard was a great honor to them. Their status in the entire imperial palace was incomparably respected. Other than the other 4 imperial protectors' personal guards, it could be said that no other army had a higher status than them. These imperial guards were all great Saint Masters. They were led by 5 captains who were Earth Saint Masters and 1 general who was a 6th cycle Earth Saint Master. They guarded the surroundings of the Qin Tian Hall day and night. It could be said that they were Jianqin's personal army that was specially made to serve the imperial protector. Even the king was unable to command them. The night quickly passed. Early the next morning, a captain's voice rang out from outside, reporting to the imperial protector, "The third prince, Qin Ji, wishes to see you." Jianqin had become the imperial protector of the Qin Huang kingdom. In just a single day, Jianqin's status had become much higher than Qin Ji's. Now, if Qin Ji wanted to enter the Qin Heavenly Palace, he would need Jianqin's permission. Very soon, Jianqin walked out from the Qin Sky Palace and personally invited Qin Ji in. This caused Qin Ji to be overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, causing him to feel extremely emotional. Inside the Qin Tian Hall, Jianqin dismissed all the palace maids and then began to chat with Qin Ji. Qin Ji also excitedly congratulated Jianqin on becoming the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. He was truly happy for Jianqin from the bottom of his heart. Jianqin also smiled as he exchanged pleasantries with Qin Ji. Although his status had changed greatly, it did not affect his mental state at all. He still treated Qin Ji as a friend because he knew that if Qin Ji had not invited him to attend his father's birthday celebration, he would not have such a high status. Jianqin, you are now the imperial protector of the Qin Empire. You can use the spatial gate whenever you want. However, I still hope that you can stay here for a while longer. Qin Ji and Jianqin sat opposite each other and smiled faintly. Jianqin shook his head and said solemnly, "No, I'm in a hurry. Since I can use the spatial gate whenever I want, I'll leave now. The longer I delay, the more uneasy I feel." Jianqin, can you tell me why you're in such a hurry? Who knows, I might be able to come up with some ideas for you. Qin Ji asked with concern. Now that Jianqin's status had changed greatly, he had to do his best to curry favor with Jianqin. Jianqin hesitated slightly when he heard that. He said, "That's my hometown. There's probably a war there right now. I need to hurry over as soon as possible, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Qin Ji's face also became somewhat stern. He then asked Jianqin about the strength of that region. After hearing that, he immediately relaxed and chuckled. "It's just a small matter. My Qin Empire only needs an army to deal with a few small countries. Jianqin, you can mobilize 1,000,000 elites of my Qin Empire right now. Do you want to send reinforcements? There's no need for that. This place is very far from my hometown. With my speed, it'll take me 2 or 3 months to get there. Coupled with the fact that the army moves extremely slowly, it'll probably be several years before they get there," Jianqin rejected without any hesitation. "Then why don't you just take a few imperial protectors with you? With your status, even if you take all the imperial protectors of the Qin Empire, no one will object. Don't worry, my Qin Empire still has 4 extremely powerful imperial protectors. There won't be any problems with your safety," Qin Ji suggested. Jianqin hesitated when he heard that. He knew that the kingdom of Jessin only had around 10 Heaven Saint Masters, while the 4 kingdoms had 20 to 30. The difference was just too great. Seeing Jianqin's hesitation, Qin Ji knew that Jianqin was tempted. He immediately added fuel to the fire. "Jianqin, don't hesitate. Don't forget your current status. You have the authority to mobilize these forces." Jianqin thought about it and nodded in the end. For safety's sake, he decided to take a few imperial protectors of the Qin Empire with him. Jianshan, the movements of the imperial protectors are not restricted. Moreover, you were the one who gave the order this time, so there's no need to report it to my father. Just order the imperial protectors of the Qin Heavenly Hall to gather the imperial protectors. Qin Ji advised Jianshan. Jianshan did not understand the matters of the imperial palace and his authority as well as Qin Ji. Afterward, Jianshan followed Qin Ji's suggestion and ordered the imperial protectors to invite the imperial protectors to the Qin Heavenly Hall. Very soon, over 20 imperial protectors of various ages gathered in the Qin Heavenly Hall. Although Jianshan was young, his status and strength were there for all to see. His great potential had already won the respect of all the imperial protectors. All the imperial protectors took advantage of the fact that the difference between them and Jianshan was not too great to try to befriend him. They knew that Jianshan's status had been personally appointed by one of the 4 imperial protectors. He would definitely become a saint ruler in the future and even have the chance to become a holy emperor. At that time, it would not be as easy for them to get close to him. Now was the perfect time to cultivate their relationship. Jianshan told his thoughts to the imperial protectors. Immediately, all of them expressed their willingness to go with Jianshan. Their enthusiasm made Jianshan wonder who was the one asking for help between him and the imperial protectors. The feeling was completely reversed. At this moment, a sage-like old man stepped forward and clasped his hands. Imperial Protector, I am Shao Tian. Shao Han is my grandson. I heard yesterday that my useless grandson had actually offended you, Imperial Protector. I hope you can forgive my useless grandson. I have already locked him up and taught him a harsh lesson. Shao Tian is willing to go with you, Imperial Protector, to atone for my grandson's sins. I hope you will allow it. Jianshan immediately looked at Shao Tian and carefully studied him. Shao Tian wore white robes and had a sage-like demeanor. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His silver-white hair was tied into a knot above his head. He gave off a heroic aura that faintly gave off an aura of justice. He was very extraordinary. Is this the extremely talented 5th Cycle Heaven Saint Master that Qin Ji spoke of? Jianshan thought inside. Hearing about Shao Tian was not as good as meeting him in person. After personally seeing Shao Tian, Jianshan had a feeling that Shao Tian would definitely achieve great things in the future. At the same time, he could vaguely sense an aura of justice from Shao Tian. This was definitely an open and above-board person, very different from his grandson, Shao Han. Although he thought like that, Jianshan's expression did not change. He clasped his hands and smiled. Mr. Shao Tian must be joking. Jianshan has completely forgotten about your grandson. Since Mr. Shao Tian is willing to go with me, Jianshan has no reason to disagree. Jianshan is extremely grateful for Mr. Shao Tian's assistance. Shao Tian laughed heartily and said, Imperial Protector is too modest. To be able to travel with Mr. Imperial Protector is my honor. Afterwards, Jianshan chose 4 Imperial Protectors who were stronger and more reliable to go with him to the kingdom of Jessen. After the selection, everyone left the Qin Heaven Hall together and walked towards the Space Gate under the lead of the 3rd Prince. Out of the 5 Imperial Protectors that Jianshan brought, Shao Tian was the strongest. He was a 5th Cycle Heaven Saint Master. Out of the remaining 4, 2 were in the 4th cycle and 2 were in the 3rd cycle. Although these people were not the strongest among the Imperial Protectors, in Jianshan's heart, the 5 of them were the most trustworthy. The Space Gate of the Qin Empire was at the center of the Imperial Palace. With Jianshan's current status, he did not need to report to anyone when using the Space Gate. He brought the 5 Imperial Protectors to the Space Gate. Immediately, 2 of the Imperial Protectors threw out a few Class 5 monster cores to activate the Space Gate. After quickly determining a general location, Jianshan and the 5 Imperial Protectors left the Qin Empire through the Space Gate. Chapter 398. With a single step, Jianchen was already several 100,000 kilometers away from the Qin Empire. When Jianchen and the 5 imperial advisors came out of the space gate, they had already arrived in an unfamiliar region. The space gate slowly disappeared after sending them in. Jianchen held the much bigger white tiger in his arms as he scanned the surroundings. He discovered that this was an extremely desolate and dry land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. As far as the eye could see, there was no sign of life. "Sir Imperial Protector, what is this place?" An imperial advisor of the Qin Empire softly asked from behind Jianchen. His eyes also scanned the surroundings, studying the environment. "Qing Xiaofan, just follow behind Sir Imperial Protector. What's with all this nonsense?" Immediately, another imperial advisor frowned and said. Hearing this, Qing Xiaofan dryly laughed and embarrassedly said, "I'm just curious." The 5 imperial advisors that came with Jianchen were called Xiaotian, Qing Xiaofan, Dongyi Junbai, Chao Kaqin, and Tian Luo. Among the 5, there were 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man. The 2 old men who spoke were called Qing Xiaofan and Dongyi Junbai. They were 2 4th Cycle Heaven Saint Masters, while Chao Kaqin and Tian Luo were 3rd Cycle Heaven Saint Masters. The 5 of them were all over 100 years old. At this moment, the white tiger in Jianchen's arms suddenly woke up. It opened its bright eyes and curiously looked around. Noticing the movement in his arms, Jianchen immediately placed the white tiger on the ground. He was no longer willing to hold it in his arms because the white tiger's body had already grown a lot. Its body looked like an adult dog, so it was no longer suitable to stay in Jianchen's arms. As soon as it landed on the ground, the little white tiger immediately began to run happily. It circled around everyone and occasionally came to the feet of the 5 imperial advisors to sniff around with its cute nose. Jianchen took out a few maps from his space ring and began to look at them. After a while, he threw them on the ground in disappointment and said, "I don't have a map of this area, so I don't know where this place is. Let's ask a few passers-by." Jianchen did not have the exact coordinates of the Kingdom of Jessen, so the space gate could only send them to an approximate location. Now, Jianchen did not know whether or not he was in the Kingdom of Jessen. Qin Xiaofeng immediately cupped his hands and smiled. "We'll follow Sir Imperial Protector's decision. All right then, let's leave this place." As he spoke, Jianchen waved his hand and a dense wind element enveloped the white tiger's entire body. Then, he took the white tiger into the air. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa." The white tiger immediately cried out in dissatisfaction. Its body kept flapping in the air as if it wanted to jump into Jianchen's arms. It looked at Jianchen pitifully with tears in its eyes. "Haha, Sir Imperial Protector, your magical beast is quite intelligent. It must be the cub of a high-level magical beast." Qing Xiaofan immediately joked. Jianchen chuckled and did not explain. He then floated over to the white tiger and knocked its little head. He jokingly scolded, "You're already so big and you still need someone to carry you? I can't carry you now. Let me control the energy of the world to carry you. Don't worry, you won't fall." The white tiger seemed to understand Jianchen's words. It kept shaking its little head and tears were rolling in its eyes as if they would fall to the ground at any time. Then, the white tiger's body shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned back into a cub the size of a kitten. It was very cute. This magical beast can actually change the size of its body. It's unbelievable. The 5 imperial advisors all stared with wide eyes as they looked at the white tiger in amazement. Even Jianchen had a shocked expression on his face. However, when he thought of the white tiger's true identity, he understood. He glanced at the 5 imperial advisors behind him from the corner of his eyes and smiled faintly. This white tiger was born different from the rest. This ability to change the size of its body at will might be its innate ability. That's right. This magical beast looks like a tiger, but it has a pair of wings on its back. It must be a mutated species. Some mutated magical beasts have innate abilities that people don't know about. There are also many magical beasts that can change the size of their bodies on the Tianyuan continent. Dongyi Junbai said in agreement. He was the oldest among the people present and had the most experience. Seeing that no one was looking into the identity of the white tiger, Jianshan secretly let out a sigh of relief. He then picked up the white tiger that had shrunk to the size of a kitten and flew off in a certain direction. An hour later, Jianshan and the others had already flown several hundred kilometers. At this moment, a sizable city appeared in front of Jianshan's eyes. Jianshan's eyes lit up. He immediately sped up and flew over. In the end, he landed in a place with no people and entered the city on foot. This was a Grade 2 city. It was not very large. Jianshan walked through the streets with the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. The white tiger in his arms constantly looked around, as if it was curious about everything around it. Jianshan went to the largest store in the city and bought a map that recorded the largest area. Very soon, he found the location of the kingdom of Jessen. They were still over 15,000 kilometers away from the kingdom of Jessen. They still had to pass through 2 more kingdoms. Shopkeeper, I'd like to ask you something. What's the current situation in the kingdom of Jessen? Is there a war going on? Jianshan asked. I don't know about the current situation in the kingdom of Jessen. It's too far away, so it's very difficult for news to reach here. However, I've heard that a war broke out in the kingdom of Jessen 3 months ago. It seems like it's a 4-nation alliance. Sigh, the kingdom of Jessen is done for this time. The shopkeeper sighed. Jianshan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He took out a purple coin and threw it on the table. He took the map and walked out. After determining the direction, he immediately rose into the air and flew toward the kingdom of Jessen. The 5 imperial advisors also rose into the air and followed closely behind Jianshan. They left behind a street full of people who stared at the 6 people in shock. Only after a long while did the street erupt into an intense discussion. In a second-class city, Earth Saint Masters were already very rare, let alone Heaven Saint Masters. Now that 6 of them had appeared, it was easy to imagine how great of an impact it had on everyone's hearts. Jianshan and the others flew day and night without rest. After a day and night of traveling, they finally arrived at the kingdom of Jessen, a neighboring country called the Qiangan Kingdom. He then landed in a small city near the border fortress to gather information. He needed to understand the current situation in the kingdom of Jessen so that he could come up with a plan. Chapter 399. Early in the morning was the peak time for breakfast. Jianshan carried the white tiger to the largest restaurant in the center of the town with the 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire. The 6 of them occupied a large round table, which was filled with the most expensive breakfast dishes in the restaurant. The white tiger lay on the table, wolfing down a large plate of delicious barbecued beef that Jianshan had ordered for it. It whimpered excitedly from time to time, attracting the curious gazes of the customers in the restaurant. Jianshan sat at the table with a heavy heart, listening to the discussions around him. He had no appetite at all. The Qiangan kingdom was very close to the kingdom of Jessen, so they could obtain the most accurate information about the war in the kingdom of Jessen. To the mercenaries who often roamed the Tianyuan continent, not only did the news spread very quickly, it was also more reliable. The kingdom of Jessen is most likely done for this time. The 4 palaces have over 2,000 soldiers in total. How can the kingdom of Jessen stop the allied army of the 4 empires with only a few million soldiers? The territory that the Jessen kingdom occupies is the most fertile area in this region, and it has long since attracted the envy of the surrounding kingdoms. Although the kingdom of Jessen has managed to hold on for a few months with their sturdy fortresses, the continuous battles have depleted their forces far too much. I heard that the kingdom of Jessen only has 1 million soldiers left from the original 6 million soldiers. The entire kingdom is now urgently recruiting more soldiers. The kingdom of Jessen only has around 200 intermediate crystal cannons to support them. I heard that they don't have enough monster cores anymore. Even the large amount of monster cores stored in the national treasury has been used up. The monster cores used to fire the crystal cannons are all donated by the various factions in the kingdom. Half a month ago, a dozen intermediate crystal cannons of the kingdom of Jessen self-destructed because they were used too often. They blasted a few large holes in the fortresses, resulting in the deaths of over 1,000 people. The kingdom of Jessen is far too weak compared to the allied army of the four empires. Even if the kingdom of Jessen were to gather all the soldiers and mercenaries they hired, they would not have more than 3 million soldiers. On the other hand, the allied army of the four empires has over 10 million soldiers and twice as many peak experts as the kingdom of Jessen. The kingdom of Jessen is doomed this time. I heard that 2 Heaven Saint Masters from the kingdom of Jessen died 7 days ago. 3 of them were heavily injured. On the other hand, only 1 Heaven Saint Master from the allied army was on the verge of death. I heard that he was saved by a Radiant Saint Master in the end. The rest of them only suffered some injuries of varying severity. There weren't many losses. Jianshan's face became more and more solemn as he listened to the news. Although the situation was not as bad as it seemed, the kingdom of Jessen was not in a good situation. The difference in strength was just too great. You don't know about this. I just returned from the Flaming Kingdom 3 days ago. I heard that there was a Heaven Saint Master from the kingdom of Jessen who was extremely powerful. He fought against 6 Heaven Saint Masters from the allied army by himself. Although he was heavily injured in the end, he used a shocking Heaven Tier battle skill to kill 2 Heaven Saint Masters and heavily injure 3 others. In the end, the Heaven Saint Masters of the allied army all lost their courage to continue fighting and fled miserably. Yeah, I've heard about this as well. I heard that the powerful Heaven Saint Master used to keep a very low profile in the kingdom of Jessen. He wasn't even ranked among the 10 great experts. Very few people know of his existence. I think his name is Chong Wuji or something. At this moment, a few more travel-worn mercenaries walked in from outside. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the leader immediately said, "That's nothing. That Chong Wuji's strength must have reached the peak. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to possess such battle prowess. Let me tell you something even more shocking. In the battle 3 days ago, an Earth Saint Master heavily injured a peak Heaven Saint Master from the Blue Wind Kingdom. That's impossible. How can an Earth Saint Master be the opponent of a Heaven Saint Master? I don't believe it. Who are you trying to fool?" Everyone in the restaurant snorted disdainfully. They didn't believe the mercenary's words at all. "Heh, I'm not lying to you. I heard that the Earth Saint Master even knew a Heaven Tier battle skill. He used it to heavily injure a Heaven Saint Master. If it weren't for a Heaven Saint Master from the Four-Nation Alliance who saved him in time, that Heaven Saint Master probably would have been killed in a single strike." TSK, that scene was so spectacular. Once the Heaven Tier battle skill was used, the weather changed and a thick layer of dark clouds gathered in the sky. The ground was covered in sand and rocks, making it impossible to see anything clearly. I heard that the Earth Saint Master's Heaven Tier battle skill directly caused a violent earthquake. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It almost collapsed the fortress of the kingdom of Jessen. Everyone was stunned by the Earth Saint Master's battle prowess. No wonder I felt the ground shake 3 days ago. It can't be real, right? That's just too terrifying. This place is at least 1,000 kilometers away from the fortress of the kingdom of Jessen. How can it be so far away? The earthquake caused by a Heaven Tier battle skill can actually reach so far away. That's just too ridiculous. The man continued, "That's not all. I heard that the Earth Saint Master is wind-attributed Saint Force. His speed is unbelievably fast. He's basically a monster. He managed to contend with a Heaven Saint Master for half a day with just his speed alone. 2 Heaven Saint Masters tried to hunt him down, but he managed to escape easily. His speed is just too monstrous. It can't be that powerful. Is he really an Earth Saint Master? The people in the restaurant all paled. The Earth Saint Master was just far too powerful. Hearing the discussions, Jianchen couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. He had already guessed that the Earth Saint Master with unimaginable speed and a heaven-tier battle skill was definitely Ming Dong. The man obviously knew a lot of the latest news. He proudly continued, "The death of 2 Heaven Saint Masters is something that the 4 countries can't accept. 2 days ago, the 4 countries sent an army of 2 million to attack the northern fortress of the Kingdom of Jessen. The battle lasted for an entire day and night, and blood flowed like rivers. Corpses piled up like mountains. Now, the northern fortress of the Kingdom of Jessen is in tatters. Even the tempered steel gate has been deformed. Both sides have suffered countless casualties. I heard that a Heaven Saint Master from the Kingdom of Pingyang even captured a general alive and chopped off his arms and legs. He's been hanging on the fortress of the Kingdom of Pingyang for an entire day. That's just too cruel. Don't tell me that the Kingdom of Pingyang has some sort of deep grudge with that general? Is there a need to do this when they have the upper hand? Both his arms and legs have been chopped off. That general must be a famous general." Everyone in the inn was discussing animatedly. The information brought by this burly man was the latest news, which attracted everyone's attention. The man chuckled and shook his head. "You've guessed wrong. That general isn't some famous general. Instead, he's an unknown commander. I think his name is Changyang Hu, and he's only a major general." As soon as the man finished speaking, Jianchen, who was eating breakfast not far away, suddenly trembled. His face suddenly changed and turned pale. His body turned into a shadow and arrived in front of the man in an instant. His slender fingers tightly grabbed the man's collar and lifted him up from the bench. He shouted, "What did you just say? Whose arms and legs were chopped off and are hanging on the fortress wall?" Jianchen's eyes were red and sharp. "Bastard, you're courting death." The man was also a hot-tempered man. He immediately flew into a rage and roared. His hands were about to grab Jianchen's neck. "Speak!" Jianchen roared like an enraged lion. The entire restaurant trembled slightly with his roar. At that moment, his eyes became extremely sharp. They shone like lightning, stabbing deeply into the man's eyes like a sword. It made the man's eyes hurt. Just his gaze alone was enough to make the man not dare to look him in the eye. At the same time, an extremely powerful killing intent radiated from Jianchen. It soared into the sky, making everyone in the restaurant feel like they had fallen into an ice cavern. They felt cold from head to toe. The noisy inn immediately fell silent. Everyone stared at the furious Jianchen in shock. They remained where they were as they trembled, not daring to move at all. Just from this aura, everyone present knew that this young man in front of them possessed a terrifyingly powerful strength. The man who had been grabbed by the collar by Jianchen was scared silly. He no longer had the arrogance from before. His face was extremely pale, and he trembled all over. The killing intent radiating from Jianchen was overwhelming. It was extremely powerful, making the man feel like he could not breathe at all. It was as if he was about to suffocate to death. T-don, kill me. WW, what do you want to know? I'll tell you everything I know. The man finally lost his temper. His face was filled with fear and his voice trembled. Jianchen gave him the feeling of an inviolable god of death. It made him tremble from the bottom of his soul. Jianchen stared at the man with an extremely sharp gaze. He did not hide the intense killing intent in his eyes at all. He roared furiously, "Who has his arms and legs cut off and is hanging on the wall? If you dare to lie to me, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." Jianchen practically roared out the last sentence. His eyes were already slightly bloodshot. Chapter 400. After receiving confirmation, Jianchen's expression became extremely gloomy. The murderous aura that radiated from his body quickly spread out from the inn and enveloped the entire street. Everyone on the street couldn't help but shrink their neck. They felt as if the temperature between heaven and earth had suddenly dropped to a few dozen degrees below zero. Not only did they feel cold all over, but even their souls were trembling. The 5 imperial advisors of the Qin Empire, who came with Jianchen, looked at each other and saw a trace of shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. The murderous aura radiating from Jianchen was so strong that it made all 5 of them feel extremely frightened. Big brother! There was a faint red color in Jianchen's eyes, as if there was blood condensing in them. He murmured in a low voice and then threw the burly man out. His figure flashed, and he was already out of the inn. Then, a surge of wind element madly rushed toward him and wrapped around his body. His body quickly rose into the air. A faint green light flashed and then disappeared. Jianchen flew into the distance at lightning speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lord Imperial Protector! The imperial advisors of the Qin Empire shouted one after another. They all stood up from their seats and looked extremely serious. When they saw Jianchen's expression and thought about what the burly man had said, they all guessed that the person who had his hands and feet cut off must have a close relationship with Lord Imperial Protector. The 5 of you immediately depart and assist the Kingdom of Jessen in fighting against the allied forces of the 4 empires. Protect everyone in Changyang Prefecture. Jianchen's voice sounded in the ears of the 5 imperial advisors. His voice was extremely cold. Jianchen's voice transmission stunned the 5 imperial advisors. Their eyes were filled with shock. The 5 of them looked at each other, and Xiaotian, who was the strongest among them, said, "Let's go. We'll all go to the Kingdom of Jessen." Woo 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 woo. Jianchen's sudden departure made the white tiger very sad. He couldn't care less about the delicious barbecued beef on the table. He jumped down from the table and turned into a white shadow as he ran to the entrance of the inn. He looked at the sky with watery eyes and kept howling. His voice was filled with desolation, as if he was a child who had been heartlessly abandoned by his mother. He looked very pitiful and pitiful. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the white tiger, the 5 Qin Empire's imperial advisors couldn't bear to see him like this. Xiaotian gently walked forward and cradled the white tiger in his arms. He then turned around and said to the others, "Let's go." Then, the 5 Qin Empire's imperial advisors walked out of the inn and directly flew into the air. They disappeared into the sky, leaving behind the stunned people in the inn. Jianchen's body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind-attributed Saint force. His entire body emitted a strong layer of pale green light. Even in the daytime, he was very eye-catching. Now, he had raised his speed to the limit and hurriedly flew towards the border fortress of the Kingdom of Pingyang. In Jianchen's mind, he couldn't help but recall the scenes of him and his elder brother, Changyang Hu. In Jianchen's heart, Changyang Hu was definitely a family member that he couldn't forget. Although his elder brother didn't help him much in the past at Kargath Academy, and he even helped his elder brother a lot, his elder brother Changyang, whose care for him came from the bottom of his heart. At that time, Changyang Hu was the 4th person in Jianchen's heart besides his parents and Changyang Mingyue. Although Jianchen had wandered outside for a few years, he was still the same old Jianchen. His temperament hadn't changed much. Those family members of the past were still the biggest concern in Jianchen's heart. "Elder brother, you can't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I, Jianchen, swear that I will raze the Kingdom of Pingyang to the ground and let the 4 allied countries accompany you in death." Jianchen's face was incomparably gloomy. His eyes were faintly bloodshot. That strong killing intent was enough to make people tremble in fear. The Kingdom of Jessen was surrounded by 6 other kingdoms. The Qiangan Kingdom, the Pingyang Kingdom and the Kingdom of Jessen were all connected in a triangle. Jianchen flew away from the border fortress of the Qiangan Kingdom and followed the directions on the map for 2 hours. After crossing over 3,000 kilometers, he finally arrived at the border fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang. From afar, the huge fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang appeared in Jianshan's mind. The 80-meter-tall walls were filled with stern-looking soldiers. Currently, the fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang had gathered over 2 million soldiers. Looking from the sky, just the tents alone stretched for several kilometers. There were even large tents set up outside the fortress. Groups of patrolling soldiers shuttled through the tent. The vanguard of the kingdom of Pingyang had already gathered over 1 million soldiers outside the northern fortress of the kingdom of Jessen. Although they were all attacking the northern fortress of the kingdom of Jessen, the 2 million soldiers here were all reserve troops. If the front line needed them, they could be sent over at any time. Jianshan stopped a dozen kilometers away from the kingdom of Pingyang. His eyes were filled with pain as he looked ahead. His body that was 1,000 meters in the air was also trembling. 15 kilometers away, a man with severed arms and legs was hung on the wall of a fortress. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and he looked like a bloody man. His long hair was tied up with a thick hemp rope, and his body was hung on the wall. Although they were a dozen kilometers apart, Jianshan's divine sense could clearly see the other party's appearance. That familiar face, wasn't it his elder brother, Changyang Hu? A few years had passed, and Changyang Hu hadn't changed much. However, at this moment, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were tightly shut, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing his elder brother, Changyang Hu, in such a pitiful state, Jianshan's eyes were bloodshot. 2 streaks of blood flowed down from his eyes. His body that was suspended in the air was trembling violently. It was as if he couldn't control himself and was about to fall from the sky. In the past, he had thought more than once about how much shock and joy he would bring to his few relatives when he returned home and saw them. In the past, he had thought more than once about what expression his elder brother, Changyang Hu, would have when he returned to Kargath Academy and saw his current strength. However, he had never thought that when he returned home with such great achievements and met his elder brother, Changyang Hu, he would be met with such a heart-wrenching tragedy. It was a scene that he couldn't accept. Elder brother! Jianshan let out a sorrowful cry. His eyes instantly turned red. An extremely strong killing intent gushed out from his body like a huge wave, dispersing the clouds. Then, Jianshan's figure turned into a green light and rushed to the top of the fortress wall at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The 2 million soldiers in the fortress of the Pingyang kingdom were all alarmed. The soldiers who were resting in their tents all crawled out and looked up at the sky. With a dignified expression, they stared at Jianshan who was flying over. Boom, 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 boom. The dull sound of war drums came from the top of the fortress. The sound was very urgent, indicating that a great enemy was about to invade. The whole city was on alert. On top of the fortress wall, a middle-aged man wearing armor walked out from the tower. Seeing Jianshan flying over, his face suddenly became very dignified. He shouted, "Release the crossbows!" As soon as his voice fell, the sound of air breaking could be heard one after another. Huge crossbows as thick as an arm shot towards Jianshan with ear-piercing sounds. Jianshan's eyes faintly flashed with purple light. When those crossbows shot out for a few kilometers, their speed suddenly decreased greatly. Soon, they were suspended in the air. Then, under the shocked gaze of all the soldiers below, all the crossbows actually slowly changed direction in the air. Then, a layer of hazy purple light suddenly flashed. Every crossbow arrow with a faint purple light suddenly shot back towards the fortress. The expression of the general who was standing on top of the fortress wall changed greatly. However, before he could give any orders, the reversed crossbows shot towards the fortress wall at a speed that was much faster than when they were shot. Boom, 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 boom. Following a series of violent explosions, numerous holes appeared on the sturdy fortress wall, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Countless soldiers were pierced through the chest, and several towers immediately collapsed. At this time, Jianchen had already arrived in front of Changyang Hu. He cut off the hemp rope that was hanging Changyang Hu with an incomparably sorrowful expression. His eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he held Changyang Hu's body very carefully in his arms. "Big brother!" Looking at the unconscious Changyang Hu, Jianchen's face was filled with grief. Now, his big brother had almost become a cripple. He was unable to accept this fact. Jianchen hurriedly took out a few radiant spirit pills from his space ring that he had obtained during the elimination round of the mercenary tournament and fed them all to Changyang Hu to save his life. Although Changyang Hu was not dead, his situation was extremely terrible. He had lost too much blood, and his life was hanging by a thread. The general standing on top of the fortress wall immediately took out a precious jade from his space ring and crushed it before leaping off the wall and disappearing. With his strength as an Earth Saint Master, he was basically powerless in front of a Heaven Saint Master. The only way he could survive was to flee. "Release the arrows, shoot him down!" The soldiers below all began to yell out. They all drew their bows and aimed at Jianchen. Arrows shot towards Jianchen like moths to a flame, blotting out the sun. The killing intent in Jianchen's eyes had already reached its peak. At this moment, his eyes suddenly turned purple as a powerful mental force permeated the surroundings. Before the arrows shot towards Jianchen could even approach Jianchen's body, they all stopped in the air. Afterwards, they changed directions and shot towards the soldiers below at an even faster speed. Immediately, miserable cries rang out from below as the densely packed soldiers collapsed in droves. With their strength, it was impossible for them to survive after being pierced by the arrows with azulite sword chi. Jianchen controlled the tens of thousands of arrows to shoot through the crowd below, mercilessly slaughtering the soldiers below. In just a few short breaths, not a single one of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed outside the fortress was spared. Afterwards, the tens of thousands of arrows under Jianchen's control quickly condensed into a huge sword that was several dozen meters long in front of Jianchen. It shot towards the fortress with lightning speed. Chapter 401. Boom! With a loud boom, the giant sword formed by tens of thousands of iron arrows fiercely bombarded the sturdy fortress walls. The fortified walls that had been strengthened countless times and had enough defensive power to withstand the bombardment of magic crystal cannons instantly became as fragile as tofu. A huge hole with a diameter of over 30 meters was blasted out of the wall. This scene caused the millions of soldiers in the fortress to turn pale with fright. The soldiers who were closer to the fortress hurriedly fled in all directions to avoid being hit by the falling rock. Jianchen's eyes had completely turned into a purplish-green color with a hint of scarlet. His voice was extremely gloomy as he said, "Today, I will destroy this fortress. The kingdom of Pingyang, Jianchen, will make you pay a heavy price." Towards the end, Jianchen said each word with a pause. Every word was squeezed out from between his teeth. The hatred in his heart had already reached an extreme, enveloping an area of over 10 kilometers, causing the temperature of the area to rapidly drop. Boom! Another thunderous sound rang out. The giant sword formed by tens of thousands of iron arrows carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth as it fiercely bombarded the sturdy stronghold. A huge hole appeared in the stronghold. The 30-meter-wide stronghold was completely penetrated. Suddenly, a few long whistles rang out from afar, accompanied by a powerful presence that filled the area. 4 figures could be seen flying over from the back of the fortress. Jianchen's entire body radiated with a cold, killing intent. His gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at the 4 Heaven Saint Masters flying over from the fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang. The huge sword formed by tens of thousands of arrows carried a faint purplish-green light as it streaked across the sky like a meteor, shooting towards the 4 Heaven Saint Masters with lightning speed. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the kingdom of Pingyang roared in unison. The 4 of them simultaneously sent out a powerful sword chi to collide with the huge sword formed by tens of thousands of arrows. When the two collided, a violent boom resounded through the sky. It was like a bolt from the blue, the sound was terrifying. The powerful ripples of energy formed a multicolored cloud that rapidly spread out in all directions. Countless soldiers below were blown away by the shockwave formed by the shockwave. They immediately spat out blood and were heavily injured. There were even quite a few soldiers who were enveloped by the shockwave that directly shattered their internal organs, dying an unnatural death. In a battle between Heaven Saint Masters, just the shockwave from the battle was enough to kill a large number of people. If they were too close, even Earth Saint Masters would find it difficult to protect themselves. The fortress of the Kingdom of Pingyang was blown over by the shockwave. A 300-meter-long wall was blown over, burying a large number of soldiers. Even the surrounding walls began to shake as they were heavily damaged. The combined attack of 5 Heaven Saint Masters was just too powerful. Even Jian Chen's huge sword, which was tens of meters long, was shattered by the combined attack of the 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom. A moment later, the violent shock wave finally dissipated. Jianchen hovered in the air with only the middle part of Chongyang whose body still in his arms. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. On the other side, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the Kingdom of Pingyang had also arrived 100 meters away from Jianchen. They hovered in the air and stared at Jianchen with sharp gazes. However, when they saw Jianchen's appearance that was at most in his 20s, they were all shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief, because Jianchen's age was just too young. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters did not believe that someone could reach such a level at such a young age. One of them coldly snorted, "Humph, most likely he used the special envoy's medicine to rejuvenate himself." Hearing this, the other 3 Heaven Saint Masters were also convinced. Then, an old man stared at Jianchen with a sharp gaze and sternly shouted, "Who are you? State your name. Who cut off my big brother's 4 limbs?" Jianchen stared at the 4 Heaven Saint Masters with a gloomy face and asked in a deep voice, "What, your big brother?" The 4 Heaven Saint Masters were all extremely shocked. The Chongyang who in Jianchen's arms was the person whose 4 limbs had been cut off. In that case, was Chongyang who not the big brother of this Heaven Saint Master in front of them? This result caused the 4 Heaven Saint Masters to be stunned. They thought they had misheard. Who cut off his 4 limbs? Jianchen continued to ask, his killing intent soaring. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters looked at each other. They were all curious about Jianchen's identity. Immediately, one of them asked, "Sir, just who are you? I don't think I've heard of someone like you." At this moment, another huge aura spread out from the distance. A fiery red dot of light flashed in the distant sky. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, bringing with it a dazzling red light as it shot towards them. Not long after, the fiery red light stopped 500 meters away, revealing an old man wrapped in fire elemental energy. The person who had come wore a long azure robe and was extremely ordinary. His head of white hair was tied up into a bun on his head. His wrinkled old face was somewhat pale. The old man's gaze quickly swept around. When he saw Chongyang who in Jianchen's arms with his 4 limbs cut off, his face suddenly changed. His face was filled with grief as he cried out, "Young master!" The 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom all stared at the old man with a serious expression. They all gritted their teeth and one of them said in a deep voice, "Humph, Chong Wuji, you really did come. You killed 2 of our experts from the Pingyang Kingdom. Today we will make you accompany them in death." Chong Wuji's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. He stared at the 4 Heaven Saint Masters with an extremely sharp gaze and said furiously, "You actually cut off the young master's 4 limbs. Good, good, good. This old servant will accompany you to the end. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will still kill the 4 of you." Humph, arrogant. Even with your injured body, you still dare to say such big words. One of the Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom had a look of disdain. He then cupped his hands and said, "Senior Qianyun, please show yourself." His voice was vast and powerful, spreading far and wide. An old man in a white robe flew over from behind. In the end, he stood side by side with the 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He gave off the feeling that he was an expert. Qianyun, I never thought that your Qiangan Kingdom would also interfere in this matter. Don't tell me that your Qiangan Kingdom is also joining forces with the other 4 kingdoms to deal with my kingdom of Jessen? Chang Wuji's expression became ugly. The current situation was getting worse and worse. If the Qiangan Kingdom was included, then it was equivalent to 5 kingdoms attacking the kingdom of Jessen. He was extremely clear about Qianyun's background. He was a member of the royal family of the Qiangan Kingdom. He cultivated in the forbidden grounds of the royal palace and had lived for over 400 years. He was already a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master, infinitely close to the 6th cycle. He was extremely powerful and was the #1 expert of the Qiangan Kingdom. Qianyun's gaze swept past Chang Wuji before landing on the gloomy Jianchen. He asked softly, "Who is he?" The 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom shook their heads and said, "We don't know who he is either. He should be related to the kingdom of Jessen." Qianyun stared deeply at Jianchen before shifting his gaze to Chang Wuji. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Wuji, we haven't seen each other for 100 years. I never thought that your strength would be even greater than before. My Qiangan Kingdom did not interfere in this matter. I only came for the Heaven Tier battle skill." "You want my Heaven Tier battle skill?" Chang Wuji asked in a deep voice. "That's right. If Brother Wuji can teach me the Heaven Tier battle skill, Qianyun will immediately retreat." Qianyun said with a smile. You sure have guts. The Heaven Tier battle skill was taught to me by my master. You actually dare to ask me for it. Aren't you afraid that my master will come back one day and flatten your Qiangan Kingdom?" Chang Wuji's expression was extremely ugly. Qianyun's face revealed a trace of fear, but he quickly hid it and laughed. "Chang Wuji, you are still thinking about your master who has been missing for dozens of years. That's right, Ancestor Chang Yang is indeed very strong. However, you may have forgotten that when he went missing, his lifespan had already reached 900 years. He was almost at the end of his lifespan. Now that there has been no news of him for dozens of years, I'm afraid he has already died. My master is a genius. His battle prowess is unparalleled in the same realm. How can he be stopped by the mysteries of heaven and earth? When he returns one day, he will definitely flatten your Pingyang Kingdom." Chang Wuji furiously shouted. Qianyun sneered. "Chang Wuji, I, Qianyun, am not someone who can be scared. I will still say the same thing. If you teach me the Heaven Tier battle skill, I, Qianyun, will immediately retreat. Don't even think about it. Although this old servant is already heavily injured, killing you all is not a problem." Chang Wuji's body surged out. Although he was heavily injured, his battle intent was high. He was like a fierce tiger without the slightest trace of fear. On the other side, the 5 Heaven Saint Masters were all prepared for battle. Their sharp eyes stared at Chang Wuji and Jianchen. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Leave them to me. Today, I will flatten the Pingyang Kingdom. I will take the heads of all the experts and hang them on the city walls." The one who spoke was Jianchen. Although his tone was calm, the intense killing intent within was not concealed. The content was even more shocking. "Flatten the Pingyang Kingdom. Take the heads of all the experts and hang them on the city walls." These words had a huge impact on the hearts of the 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the Pingyang Kingdom. They were all furious. Their sharp eyes stared at Jianchen, emitting a powerful killing intent. One of the Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom shouted, "Ignorant brat, do you really think you are the Changyang ancestor? You want to flatten my Pingyang Kingdom with just the strength of a Heaven Saint Master?" Chang Wuji also looked at Jianchen in surprise. Seeing Changyang Hu in Jianshan's arms, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He did not know what kind of relationship this young expert had with Changyang Hu. He was actually willing to risk offending several Heaven Saint Masters to save Changyang Hu. Chapter 402. As he spoke, the unconscious Changyang Hu in Jianshan's arms was wrapped in a layer of gentle wind elemental energy and gently brought to Chang Wuji's side. The violent fire elemental energy around Chang Wuji became gentler, afraid of hurting Changyang Hu. He then gently embraced Changyang Hu in his arms as tears glistened in his old eyes. "Young master, it's all my fault." Chang Wuji's lips trembled as he spoke. All of this was because he had used a Heaven-tier battle skill to kill 2 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom. That was why the Pingyang Kingdom held a grudge against him and used Changyang Hu to take revenge. Now that Changyang Hu had ended up like this, Chang Wuji's heart ached. He had watched Changyang Hu grow up. Although they were master and servant, their relationship was closer than family. Now that Changyang Hu had become a cripple, Chang Wuji did not know how much pain Changyang Ba would feel when he saw his son like this. Chang Wuji's gaze landed on Jianshan again. He suppressed his sorrow and said calmly, "May I know your name? If there is a chance in the future, the Changyang Prefecture will definitely be grateful for your kindness." Jianshan did not reply. Although seeing Chang Bo, who had cared for him in the past, was something to be happy about, because of the tragedy of his brother, Changyang Hu, Jianshan could not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt so sad that he did not even have the mood to speak. Jianshan glared at the 5 Heaven Saint Masters across from him. His killing intent soared into the sky as he said in a deep voice, "People of the Qiangan Kingdom, do you really want to interfere? It's not too late to retreat." Although Jianshan's aura was extraordinary, Qian Yun was not afraid at all. He said indifferently, "Old man is only here for the Heaven-class combat skill. As long as he can get it, it doesn't matter even if the Qiangan Kingdom is dragged into this. After all, the Kingdom of Jessen has no chance of surviving this crisis." Jianshan said solemnly, "All right, I will definitely destroy your Qiangan Kingdom in the future." "Arrogant! Who do you think you are? Not only do you want to destroy the Pingyang Kingdom, but you also want to destroy my Gangan Kingdom." Gan Yun laughed instead of getting angry. He didn't take Jianshan's words seriously at all. Jianshan didn't say anything. An intense purplish-green light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned into a purplish-green color. They flickered with a demonic light and looked incomparably terrifying. Jianshan reached out with his right hand. Countless rocks around the city walls shot up, carrying with them a sword chi that blotted out the sky as they shot towards the 5 Heaven Saint Masters. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters didn't take this attack seriously at all. They all sneered and struck out with their palms. Surging energy shot out from their palms and pressed down on the countless rocks that were flying towards them. The countless rocks that carried with them a faint sword chi broke through the powerful attacks of the Heaven Saint Masters like a hot knife through butter. They shot towards the 5 Heaven Saint Masters like moths to a flame. The faces of the 5 Heaven Saint Masters changed. They immediately became serious. Qian Yun immediately said in a deep voice, "These things are strange. Be careful." After saying that, he took out his saint weapon. It was a long and thin sword. With a wave of his hand, a wave of sword chi shot out and struck the rocks with the sword chi. The rocks were pulverized on the spot, turning into dust that drifted down. The other Heaven Saint Masters didn't slow down either. They also took out their own saint weapons to cut down the rocks that were flying towards them. However, the rocks with the sword chi were just too dense. Many of the rocks broke through their blockade and hit their bodies, piercing through them. The Heaven Saint Masters were shocked. Only at this moment did they truly begin to take this seriously. "Use Saint Force to protect yourself," a Heaven Saint Master from the Pingyang Kingdom immediately shouted. Immediately, a few dense multicolored lights were emitted from their bodies. The The surging Saint force instantly condensed into a barrier that protected their bodies. However, this was still unable to block the attacks of the sword chi. It could only slightly slow down their speed. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters knew that they couldn't continue like this. They all used their full strength, shattering the rocks around them. Then, they all rushed towards Jianchen. Jianchen raised his hands high above his head. With a thought, countless scattered iron arrows floated up and gathered above his head. At the same time, all the trees within a 15-kilometer radius exploded. The sky was filled with wood shavings, covering the sun. In the end, it condensed into a huge sword that was several hundred meters long above Jianchen's head. It pierced through the clouds. From afar, it looked like a towering pillar that supported the heavens. It emitted a hazy purple and green light. What is that? The 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom and the 5 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom all had a change of expression. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the huge sword formed from countless rocks and wood shavings above Jianchen's head. The huge momentum shocked them so much that they couldn't help but stop. Is this a Heaven-tier battle skill? A Heaven Saint Master from the Pingyang Kingdom said with a serious expression. No, it doesn't have the pressure of a Heaven-tier battle skill. This isn't a Heaven-tier battle skill. Qian Yun said with a deep voice. At this time, the huge sword floating above Jianchen's head rapidly shrank. In the end, it turned into a huge sword that was only 100 meters long. It was even more condensed. The countless rocks and wood shavings inside were all compressed together, forming a tight connection. The purple and green light around the huge sword also became stronger. Jianchen angrily roared. The huge sword floating above his head suddenly chopped down with an inconceivable speed, enveloping the 5 Heaven Saint Masters within. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters all had a serious expression. They all shouted loudly and simultaneously used high-level Earth-tier battle skills to resist. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated through the sky. The violent energy shockwave seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. It carried a destructive aura as it wreaked havoc in all directions. The ground trembled and collapsed. Huge cracks rapidly spread out in all directions, reaching a radius of 10 kilometers in just a short while. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters' faces instantly became pale. Their bodies were pushed back by the powerful shockwave. 2 of the weaker ones immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Jianchen was also pushed back by the powerful shockwave. It was very difficult for him to stabilize his body. The surrounding space was violently distorted, and the scenery was a blur. It was impossible to see clearly. Jianchen was pushed back a full kilometer before he could stabilize his body. He then spread out his spiritual sense, capturing the positions of the 5 people in front of him. With a thought, the surrounding fire element energy rapidly gathered. In the end, it condensed into 5 huge red swords in front of him. They emitted heaven-burning flames, and the terrifying heat seemed to evaporate the air. At this moment, the temperature of the world suddenly rose. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With 5 ear-piercing sounds, the 5 elemental swords turned into flashes of red light, shooting towards the 5 people in front of him with lightning speed. Qian Yun's eyes flashed. He immediately flew into the air, dodging the incoming elemental swords. His body then turned into a white blur, shooting towards Jianchen with lightning speed. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters below him were weaker, so they had no time to dodge. Without any other choice, they could only use their Earth-tier battle skills to collide with the incoming fire elemental sword. With a violent explosion, the 4 elemental swords shattered, turning into flames that filled the sky. In an instant, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters were drowned in flames. In the next moment, 4 miserable figures flew out from the sea of flames. Their bodies were protected by a barrier of Saint force, so their injuries were not serious. Only their faces had become paler. However, the chests of the 2 weakest people had been blasted into a bloody mess. Large parts of their clothes had been burned away. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Just the fire elemental swords were enough to make us almost unable to resist. This is at least the battle prowess of a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master. What the hell, he clearly used the wind elemental energy to fly. How can he control the fire elemental energy now? That brat is too strong. He is definitely a senior who has cultivated for a long time. Could he be the second Chongyang ancestor? His strength is actually so strong. As a Heaven Saint Master, the 5 of us are unable to resist him. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the Pingyang Kingdom were stunned by Jianshan's battle prowess. Even with the 4 of them and Qian Yun of the Qiangan Kingdom, they were unable to gain the slightest advantage. Qian Yun had already arrived in front of Jianshan. The sword in his hand carried a strong energy fluctuation as it pierced towards Jianshan's forehead. Jianshan sneered. An extremely pure azure sword qi instantly shot out from his right hand. Using only the strength of his body, he stabbed out with his sword to block Qian Yun's attack. The azure sword qi's origin energy was extremely pure. It was almost solid. When it came into contact with Qian Yun's sword, it actually effortlessly cut a 2-finger-sized hole in Qian Yun's sword. With his saint weapon damaged, Qian Yun suffered a heavy injury. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the sword in his hand in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Jianshan's movements did not stop because of this. The azure sword spirit's origin energy stabbed out again. It easily broke through the layer of saint force around Qian Yun's body and stabbed towards Qian Yun's head. What kind of power is this? Qian Yun was shocked. He immediately tilted his body and dodged with all his strength. The azure sword spirit's origin energy almost brushed past Qian Yun's head. Although he managed to avoid a fatal blow, his left arm was cut off by the azure sword spirit's origin energy. Blood spurted out like a fountain, falling from the sky. It was as weak as tofu. Qian Yun groaned. He endured the intense pain and immediately flew up. In the blink of an eye, he was 1,000 meters in the air. He then looked at the pure azure sword qi in Jianshan's hand in shock. He was completely shocked. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful that it can even destroy my saint weapon. Jianshan's eyes were gloomy. His body emitted a strong killing intent as he chased after Qian Yun. P.S. Xiaoyao has seen everyone's concern and support in the review and comment section. I am very moved. Xiaoyao's update time is indeed unstable. I do not deny this. At the same time, I accept everyone's criticism. However, there are people who actually attacked the author's life. The words are very unpleasant and immoral. What kind of quality is this? I have already banned the people who scolded me. 2 days ago, because I needed time to prepare, I didn't dare to rashly write, so the update time was delayed. However, Xiaoyao made it all up. Even if it was delayed, he would make it up the next day. This chapter was the second chapter of the 14th. It was originally planned to be completed around 3 a.m., but in the end, it took until 4:30 a.m. to complete. Xiaoyao could only go to sleep after this chapter was finished. Chapter 403. Seeing Jianshan chasing after him, Qian Yun's expression changed. Jianshan had destroyed his saint weapon in one strike, and he had already lost the courage to fight. He no longer dared to stay behind and fled with all his might. Jianshan coldly looked at the fleeing Qian Yun and did not continue to chase. He said in a deep voice, "I will spare your life today, but in the future, I will let you witness the destruction of the Qiangan kingdom with your own eyes. I will let you know the consequences of interfering in this matter." Hearing this, Qian Yun's body could not help but tremble. Previously, he had disdained Jianshan's words, but now that he knew of Jianshan's strength, he did not doubt that Jianshan had the ability to destroy the Qiangan kingdom. In order to destroy a kingdom, it was not necessary to kill everyone in the kingdom. As long as the upper echelons of the kingdom were killed, the kingdom would only exist in name. Jianshan had fought 5 Heaven Saint Masters alone and had even gained the upper hand. With such strength, even if all the Heaven Saint Masters of the Qiangan Kingdom worked together, they would not be able to stop him. At this moment, Qian Yun's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that Jianshan had such strength, he would not have interfered in this matter no matter what. This matter has nothing to do with my Qiangan Kingdom. If you have any enmity, feel free to find me, Qian Yun. Do not implicate the innocent. Qian Yun's body did not slow down at all as he left behind a weak voice that could be heard from afar. Chang Wuji, who had not left yet, stared at Jianshan's extremely young face in shock. His old face was also filled with shock. Although the 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the Pingyang Kingdom were not that strong, Qian Yun was definitely a terrifying opponent. His strength had already reached the 5th cycle of Heaven Saint Master, infinitely close to the 6th cycle. Even if he wanted to defeat him, he would need to spend a lot of effort. However, he never thought that this seemingly young man would be able to cut off Qian Yun's left arm so easily, causing him to flee in fear. Who is he? I have never seen such a young Heaven Saint Master, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity from him? Chang Wuji was filled with doubt as he constantly asked himself. Possessing such great strength at such a young age made him extremely curious about Jianshan's identity. Chang Wuji did not leave. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom had cut off all 4 of Changyang Hu's limbs, and this enmity was irreconcilable. If he did not take the heads of the 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom today, he would not have the face to return. Seeing Qian Yun's escape, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom paled. Qian Yun was the strongest among them. Now that he had left, the 4 of them would have no way of stopping the powerful young man before them. At this moment, Jianshan charged toward the 4 of them with the origin energy of the sword spirits. He swung his sword at their heads mercilessly. The 4 Heaven Saint Masters did not discover the strength of the sword spirits. They used their Earth-tier battle skills once more and slashed at Jianshan. Right now, they could only give it their all. A high-level Earth-tier battle skill was the strongest battle skill they had. Jianshan's face was filled with disdain as he stabbed out 4 times with the origin energy of the sword Qi. When the 2 attacks collided, the saint weapons of the 4 Heaven Saint Masters exploded with powerful energy, forming a violent shockwave that swept out in all directions. The 5 Heaven Saint Masters were constantly pushed back. When Heaven Saint Masters battled, every attack had the power to shatter mountains. Pfft! Just as the 2 sides collided, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces instantly became as pale as paper, without a single trace of blood. Their faces were filled with shock. The saint weapons in their hands had all been cut open by the origin energy of the sword spirits. No, impossible. We are all Heaven Saint Masters. How can you damage our saint weapons? One of the Heaven Saint Masters involuntarily cried out in shock. The other 3 Heaven Saint Masters were also filled with disbelief. Jianshan remained silent. His face was cold, but the killing intent in his cold eyes became more and more powerful, causing people to shiver. Afterward, the wind elemental energy around him became more and more powerful. It actually carried his body into the violent shockwaves of energy, forcing him toward the 4 Heaven Saint Masters who had already retreated 30 meters away. The origin energy of the azure and violet sword Qi slashed out once again. It was extremely fast, and only a flash of azure and violet light could be seen, making it difficult to capture. The 2 most heavily injured Heaven Saint Masters were no longer at their peak condition. Their heads had been cut off, but they did not die. They stared at Jianshan in shock. Afterward, a layer of elemental energy wrapped around their heads and sent them flying into the sky. Jianshan used the wind element to catch up to the 2 fleeing Heaven Saint Masters in the blink of an eye. His left hand struck out with lightning-like speed, striking the 2 heads. The great force dispersed their souls on the spot, wiping them out. Heaven Saint Masters were not as weak as Earth Saint Masters. They could control the force of the world, so their souls were extremely powerful. To kill a Heaven Saint Master, their souls had to be destroyed. The two headless bodies powerlessly fell from the sky. Blood spurted from their necks, dyeing the sky red. The two heads that Jianchen had dispersed also fell from the sky. The death of the two Heaven Saint Masters had an extremely great impact on the two remaining Heaven Saint Masters. They stared at Jianchen in extreme shock. Their faces were filled with fear, and they had already decided to retire. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. In such a short amount of time, a fifth cycle Heaven Saint Master had fled in fear, and two Heaven Saint Masters had died while his opponent was completely unscathed. Such battle prowess made the two remaining Heaven Saint Masters shiver. Their hearts were filled with fear. After killing the two Heaven Saint Masters, Jianchen did not stop at all. He continued to charge toward the two remaining Heaven Saint Masters with the azure and violet sword spirits in his hand. The two remaining Heaven Saint Masters were already heavily injured. Seeing Jianchen charge over, their faces changed drastically. They immediately yelled out, "Run!" Before they had even finished speaking, the two of them scattered and fled. They had lost the courage to fight. Jianchen coldly snorted and immediately chased after the person closest to him. With the wind element, he was twice as fast as the two of them. He caught up to one of them effortlessly. With a wave of his right hand, the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits mercilessly chopped at his head. The Heaven Saint Master suddenly turned around. The saint weapon in his hand pulsed with energy as he instantly used a high-level Earth Tier battle skill to attack Jianchen. When the two collided, the energy of the Earth Tier battle skill immediately exploded. The Heaven Saint Master used this opportunity to retreat. A two-finger-sized hole had appeared on his saint weapon. Blood violently spurted from his mouth. He had become extremely weak from the repeated injuries. At this moment, there was a flash of azure and violet light. As soon as Jianchen's first strike had been launched, the second strike followed. It was extremely fast, and just as the Heaven Saint Master was about to retreat from Jianchen's attack range, his neck had been severed by the origin energy of the azure and violet sword spirits. He was as weak as tofu. Jianchen quickly rushed forward and struck out with his left hand. He viciously struck the fleeing Heaven Saint Master's head, dispersing his soul on the spot. Soon after, Jianchen withdrew the origin energy from the sword spirit. He pointed behind him with his right hand, and the blood in the air rapidly condensed in front of his finger before turning into a blood-red sword. It shot toward the last Heaven Saint Master with lightning-like speed as it radiated an azure-colored sword chi. The last Heaven Saint Master was caught off guard. The blood-red sword pierced through his back and through his chest. He immediately let out a miserable cry, but before he could even finish his cry, the space in front of him became fiery red. A sword of fire rapidly condensed in front of him, burning with scorching flames. The intense heat seemed to be able to evaporate even the air. Oh no! The Heaven Saint Master paled in fright. He immediately swung his saint weapon and dispersed the sword of fire. The explosion engulfed him, but he never thought that another sword of fire would silently condense behind him. It easily beheaded him while he was caught off guard. Jianchen beckoned with his hand, and an iron arrow turned into a black streak of light that shot over from afar. It pierced through the Heaven Saint Master's head, causing a spray of blood to spurt out. At this point, the 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the Pingyang Kingdom had all died in battle. The sounds of the battle gradually calmed down, and the world fell into an eerie silence. Below Jianchen's feet, hundreds of thousands of soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood covered the ground. The entire ground was bright red, and a thick smell of blood permeated the air. It was extremely pungent and nauseating. Chang Wuji stared blankly at Jianchen, who was floating in the air. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. It had only been a short while, and the 4 Heaven Saint Masters had all been killed. Moreover, the powerful young man had not been injured at all. This was just too shocking. At this moment, 4 heads slowly rose from the ground and floated in front of Chang Wuji. Then let them hang on the walls, Jianshan said expressionlessly. Although he had killed 4 Heaven Saint Masters and avenged his brother, he was not happy at all. Thank you for your help, sir. Chang Wuji's voice trembled. He was extremely emotional. If such a mysterious expert stood on the side of the Kingdom of Jessen, then the overall strength of the Kingdom of Jessen would definitely rise by several levels. Jianshan remained silent. He coldly stared at the fortress in front of him. He slowly clenched his hand and the collapsed ruins of the wall immediately began to shake violently. A 50-meter-long section of the wall slowly floated into the air, surrounded by a faint layer of light. Under the control of Jianshan's mind, it continuously rammed into the fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Dense sounds were transmitted, and the entire ground was trembling violently. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed as if there was an earthquake. The 50-meter-long section of the wall under Jianshan's control slammed into the fortress again and again, causing the sturdy fortress to be riddled with holes. In just a short moment, the majestic fortress that resembled a creeping dragon completely collapsed and ceased to exist. Chapter 404. The fortress that had guarded the borders of the Pingyang Kingdom for countless years and had weathered countless storms was destroyed by Jianshan just like that. After the fortress collapsed, the more than 1 million soldiers that were hidden behind it appeared in Jianshan's line of sight. At this moment, all of the soldiers' expressions were sluggish. Many of them even had deep fear in their eyes as they looked at Jianshan, who was floating in the air with fear. The fortress that protected the Pingyang Kingdom had collapsed and turned into ruins. The 4 powerful Heaven Saint Masters had all fallen. After experiencing this tragedy, the strength of the Pingyang Kingdom was greatly reduced, especially the 4 Heaven Saint Masters. This was an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, this was a huge blow to the morale of the soldiers. Heaven Saint Masters were the pillars of strength in every kingdom in this region. They represented the prosperity and status of the kingdom. Especially in times of war, they were the biggest pillar in the hearts of millions of soldiers. They were the faith of millions of soldiers. Their deaths made the millions of soldiers of the Pingyang Kingdom feel as if they had lost their souls. They no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Jianshan coldly glanced at the 1 million soldiers behind the fortress. He then soared into the sky and flew towards the center of the Pingyang Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Chang Wuji watched as Jianshan left. When he saw the direction Jianshan was heading, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He muttered, "Where is he going?" Looking at the direction he's heading towards the royal palace of the Pingyang Kingdom. Is he going to wreak havoc in the royal palace? Jianshan flew as fast as he could. His entire body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind element. He flew over mountains and ridges, passing through cities of various sizes. He flew as fast as lightning towards the royal palace of the Pingyang Kingdom. The royal palace of the Pingyang Kingdom was more than 7,000 kilometers away from the fortress. Even if Jianshan flew at full speed, it would still take him 4 to 6 hours to reach the royal palace. 2 hours after Jianshan left, in the northern fortress of the Kingdom of Jessen, the million soldiers of the Pingyang Kingdom were neatly lined up 10 kilometers away. It was just outside the range of the intermediate magic crystal cannons. At this moment, the million soldiers had already assembled. They only needed to give the order and they could attack the fortress at any time. On the other hand, the Jessen Kingdom's fortress, which was over 80 meters tall, was in shambles. Many parts of it had collapsed, making it impossible for the soldiers on the walls to pass through. At the entrance of the fortress, the half-meter-thick gate that was completely made of refined steel had also become uneven. It was in ruins and it was covered in holes. It was so damaged that it couldn't even open normally. In one of the towers on the fortress wall, A few generals in helmets and armors gathered together. They all looked haggard and their faces were yellow. They didn't look very good. It seems that the kingdom of Jessen is doomed this time. The enemy has already gathered 1,000,000 soldiers and they can attack us at any time. Moreover, there are still 2,000,000 soldiers resting at the fortress of the Pingyang kingdom. It's impossible for us to defend against the enemy with just over 800,000 injured soldiers. An old man in armor sighed and said with a heavy face, "Now, the 50 intermediate magic crystal cannons and 200 beginner magic crystal cannons in the northern fortress are almost all useless. If we continue to use them, they will explode at any time. Moreover, we don't have many magic cores left. We won't be able to hold on for long." A general with a bandage wrapped around his right arm said listlessly, "Let's hold on for as long as we can. Even if we die, we won't let them have it easy." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in armor. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Looking at the expression on the middle-aged man's face, a general in armor beside him sighed and said, "Changyang Ba, I know that your son has been captured by the Pingyang kingdom. You must be very upset. But don't worry, the Wuji senior is very powerful. He will definitely save Changyang Hu." A sliver of sorrow flashed through Changyang Ba's eyes as he bitterly said, "It's said that whose limbs have already been chopped off. He's reduced to a cripple who can't even take care of himself. Even if we save him, it'll only make him suffer more." Hearing this, the generals sitting around sighed. Although a powerful Radiant Saint Master could regenerate a person's severed limbs, Radiant Saint Masters with this ability were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the Tianyuan continent. Not only were they difficult to find, even if they were found, the Changyang prefecture would not be able to invite them. It could be said that Changyang Hu would never be able to recover in this lifetime. Changyang Ba, don't forget that you still have a talented fourth son, Changyang Shoten. Changyang Shoten condensed a saint weapon at the age of 15. With his talent, his strength will definitely increase a lot when he returns. He might not be any weaker than his elder brother, Changyang Hu. A few middle-aged men in armor comforted him. These people were all from the 4 great clans of Lore City. They were all on very good terms with the Changyang prefecture. When he heard about his fourth son, Changyang Shoten, Changyang Ba sighed inside. A few years ago, because of the Huayun sect's power, his youngest son had been forced to leave home at the age of 15. It had already been several years since then, and there had been no news of him at all. Even now, Changyang Ba did not know whether his fourth son, Changyang Shoten, was still alive or not. At this moment, a young man in light armor walked in with large strides. He smiled and said, "Gentlemen, I just heard you mention something about Changyang Shoten. Can you tell me more about this Changyang Shoten? He condensed a saint weapon at the age of 15, 3 years faster than me. How amazing! I'm also very curious about this genius." When they saw the young man walk in, the generals all stood up and enthusiastically greeted him. "Little friend Mingdong, since you're interested in this matter, let me tell you the whole story," an armored man in armor said with a smile. He then explained everything about Changyang Shoten in detail, including how great Changyang Shoten's talent was. When he first became a saint, he was able to defeat several saints and a great saint. He was highly regarded by the king, and in the end, Changyang Shoten was forced to leave home because of the Huayun sect's power. Changyang Shoten was only 15 when he left. Now that several years have passed, I don't know where he is. If he had stayed in the kingdom of Jessen, his achievements would not be any weaker than his elder brothers. Perhaps he would already be a great saint master. The armored old man sighed. "The Huayun sect," the armored young man murmured. A vicious light flashed through his eyes, but it disappeared very quickly. He smiled faintly. "Don't worry, patriarch of the Changyang clan. Your son will definitely return safely." Changyang Ba let out a long sigh. His face was gloomy, That's no longer important. In just a few days, my Changyang prefecture will cease to exist. Even if he comes back, what's the point? He'll only be buried here. If Xiang really is still alive, I hope he doesn't come back. At the very least, he won't be caught in the crossfire. He won't. Don't worry, Patriarch of the Changyang clan. I will definitely do my best to protect Changyang Prefecture. If it really doesn't work, I'll go ask my Uncle Tian to help, the young man said solemnly. He was extremely serious. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that the young man had an uncle. Someone immediately asked, Ming Dong, is your Uncle Tian very powerful? I'm not sure about that either. However, if my Uncle Tian is willing to take action, stopping this war will definitely not be a problem. Don't look at me like that. I've already begged my Uncle Tian a few times before, but he's not willing to interfere at all, said the young man. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. At this moment, an azure-robed old man walked in from outside. His face was filled with sorrow. Changyang Ba's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the old man walk in. He immediately arrived before the old man and asked nervously, Chang Bo, you've finally returned. How is Hu? Has he been saved? Chang Wuji let out a long sigh and said sorrowfully, Patriarch, the first young master has been successfully saved. He's not in any danger for now, but in the future, sigh. Changyang Ba's face immediately froze. At that moment, he seemed to have become much paler. Out of his 4 children, only his eldest and 4th had some talent for cultivation. His 4th son's fate was unknown, while his eldest son had become a cripple. Now, Changyang Ba could not find a single capable man other than his 3rd son who had no talent for cultivation at all. After a long while, Changyang Ba finally calmed down. He sighed at the sky and said softly, It's fine as long as he's alive. Let's talk about the future in the future. Chang Wuji also remained silent. He was dispirited. How could he not understand Changyang Ba's feelings? He was also heartbroken that Changyang who had ended up in such a miserable state. After all, he had watched him grow up. Although he was not a relative, he was more than a relative. None of the people in the tower said anything. They were all in a heavy mood. The kingdom of Jessen was facing such a tragic situation that could not be changed. Soon, they would all die on the battlefield and be buried here. After a long while, Chang Wuji suppressed the sorrow in his heart and said, Patriarch, there's a piece of good news that I should tell everyone. When I went to save the first young master, I encountered a mysterious young expert. He killed all 4 Heaven Saint Masters guarding the fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang. He even destroyed the border fortress of the kingdom of Pingyang. Hearing this, the armored people in the tower turned pale with fright. They looked at Chang Wuji in disbelief. An old man immediately asked, Senior Wuji, what did you say? 4 Heaven Saint Masters of the kingdom of Pingyang were killed by a mysterious young expert. Is this true? Chang Wuji waved his hand and took out 4 bloody heads from his space ring. He placed them on the table one by one. Looking at the 4 heads on the table, everyone's expression suddenly became sluggish. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Ming Dong's eyes also flashed. He asked, Senior Wuji, what's the name of the person who killed the 4 Heaven Saint Masters? I don't know either. When I arrived, the first young master had already been saved by him. It seems like he has an extraordinary relationship with the first young master. Chang Wuji said with a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Ming Dong's face became thoughtful. His eyes flashed. Afterward, Chang Wuji hung the heads of the 4 Heaven Saint Masters high on the walls of the fortress. This greatly increased the morale of the troop. Cheers could be heard everywhere. Not long after, 2 furious roars came from the front. 2 dots of light, one red and one yellow, appeared in the distant sky. They quickly shot toward the fortress of the kingdom of Jessen. A powerful aura filled the air, making it difficult for the soldiers below to breathe. Chapter 405. Not long after, two furious roars could be heard from the front. A red and a yellow dot of light appeared in the distant sky, rapidly flying toward the kingdom of Jessen's fort. A powerful aura filled the air, causing the soldiers below to have difficulty breathing. The two Heaven Saint Masters from the kingdom of Pingyang, who were stationed at the front lines, received the news and were furious. Chang Wuji stepped forward and stopped the two Heaven Saint Masters from the kingdom of Pingyang 3 kilometers away from the fort. At the same time, another powerful aura rushed out from the kingdom of Jessen's fort. A Heaven Saint Master from the kingdom of Jessen flew over from behind and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chang Wuji. The person who came was also an old man wearing a white robe. His face was pale and his hair was messy. He looked quite haggard. He was the principal of the kingdom of Jessen's Karga's Academy, Kafir. The two Heaven Saint Masters from the kingdom of Pingyang looked at the four heads hanging on the walls of the kingdom of Jessen with anger. They were so angry that their bodies trembled. First, Chang Wuji had killed two Heaven Saint Masters from the kingdom of Pingyang. Now, 4 Heaven Saint Masters had died, resulting in the death of 6 peak experts from the kingdom of Pingyang. This loss was just too great, and it was not something they could accept. The 4 were enemies, and when they saw each other, their eyes blazed with hatred. Without saying a single word, they began to fight. Surging waves of energy wreaked havoc in the sky, causing the already dilapidated walls of the kingdom of Jessen to tremble. Chang Wuji and Kafir had gone through many battles before, and now they were both injured. Their strength was not even at 50% of their peak. The two sides only fought for a short while before Kafir's chest was pierced by his opponent's sword. Violent saint force entered his body, immediately shattering his organs. Kafir, stand down. I'll deal with them. Chang Wuji roared angrily, a resolute look flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his battle strength increased threefold, and he knocked back his opponent with a single blow. Then, he rushed towards Kafir's opponent, blocking both of them by himself. Although Chang Wuji had not fully recovered from his injuries, his current battle prowess was even greater than when he was at his peak. Not only did he stop the two Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom, he even gained the upper hand. He must be using some kind of secret technique. He won't be able to hold on for long. We must hold on. The two Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom were also very experienced people, so they immediately explained Chang Wuji's current situation. Chang Wuji didn't say a word. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, so he decided to attack with all his might. After a few dozen exchanges, one of the Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom was blown away by Chang Wuji's Earth-tier battle skill, causing the pressure on the remaining Heaven Saint Master to increase greatly. Kafir's face was deathly pale as he stood on the city wall, nervously looking at Chang Wuji. Right now, his internal organs had been completely shattered, and he had almost lost the ability to fight. Although he was unwilling, he could only stand here and watch the battle, unable to interfere. Dean, quickly go and treat your injuries. A middle-aged man came to Kafir's side, his face filled with concern. This person was the Vice Dean of the Kargath Academy, Bayan. Kafir shook his head, saying, "My injuries are too severe. The Radiant Saint Masters from the Northern Fort are unable to heal me at all. Furthermore, they have been greatly exhausted these past few days, so they no longer have the energy to condense Radiant Saint force." Dean, don't worry. Senior Wuji's strength is extraordinary. He will definitely be able to repel the experts from the Pingyang Kingdom. Bayan comforted. Kafir shook his head, saying, "His situation isn't much better than mine. Our kingdom of Jessen's Radiant Saint Masters are scattered in the 4 forts. In terms of numbers, we can't compare to the 4 allied armies. He still hasn't recovered from his injuries a few days ago. Even if he can temporarily injure the 2 experts from the Pingyang Kingdom, it won't be of any use. They have gathered all the Radiant Saint Masters from the kingdom of Jessen behind them. No matter how severe his injuries are, he will be able to recover very quickly. Unless we can completely kill them. The first form of the 3 styles of the Berserk Python. A loud shout came from the front. Chang Wuji's body burned with intense saint force as he raised his saint weapon high into the air. An extremely powerful pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, tightly binding his opponent in the air and hindering their movements. Wind and clouds surged between the heavens and the earth. Fierce gales wreaked havoc between the heavens and the earth, blowing up the sand and stones on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the sky, covering the sun and the sky. The entire sky appeared gray, as if the end of the world had arrived. He's using a Heaven Tier battle skill, quickly retreat. The 2 Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom turned pale with fright as they cried out in alarm, quickly retreating to the back. Unfortunately, only one of them was able to escape. The other was locked in place by the pressure of the Heaven Tier battle skill and was forcibly bound in the air, unable to escape at all. The Heaven Tier battle skill was quickly completed. With a loud shout, Chang Wuji swung the huge sword in his hand with enough power to destroy heaven and earth. Under the shocked gaze of the Heaven Saint Master, the sword slashed through his head and his entire body was cleaved in 2, dyeing the sky with blood. However, the remaining power of the heaven-ranked battle skill did not diminish in the slightest. A dazzling ray of light pierced through the sky and fiercely bombarded the ground below. Suddenly, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The remaining power of the heaven-ranked battle skill created a 10-mile-long trench on the ground. Thousands of soldiers from the Pingyang Kingdom, who were a few miles away, were affected and died under the remaining power of the heaven-ranked battle skill. After using the Heaven Tier battle skill, Chang Wuji's body shook violently, almost unable to control himself, and fell from the sky. His originally pale face was now completely devoid of blood, looking sickly. The remaining Heaven Saint Master from the Pingyang Kingdom had an extremely ugly expression. In this battle, his Pingyang Kingdom had suffered the greatest losses. Right now they had already lost 7 peak experts. Even if the Pingyang Kingdom could win this battle, their status would not be as good as before. At this moment, a few powerful auras came from afar. A few peak experts surrounded by elemental energy were flying over. Pingyang Kingdom, our hidden dragon kingdom, has come to assist you in taking the northern part of the city. Before they arrived, an old voice rang out, full of vigor. As soon as they heard the identity of the people who had come, the expressions of the soldiers of the kingdom of Jessen changed drastically. Their faces were ashen and their eyes were filled with despair. The principal of the Kargath Academy, who stood on the city walls, also let out a long sigh. He murmured, "The heavens have destroyed our kingdom of Jessen." Chang Wuji's expression was ugly. Looking at the 4 Heaven Saint Masters rapidly approaching from afar, his face was also filled with despair. He then sighed inwardly and flew back to the walls of the kingdom of Jessen with a gloomy expression. In the northern fortress of the kingdom of Jessen, there were only 2 Heaven Saint Masters, him and the principal of the Kargath Academy, guarding it. Now that the 2 of them had lost the ability to fight, there was no way they could deal with 5 Heaven Saint Masters working together. Very soon, the Heaven Saint Masters of the Hidden Dragon Kingdom and the Pingyang Kingdom gathered together. The surviving Heaven Saint Master of the Pingyang Kingdom looked at the powerful reinforcements with joy. He said, "Has your Hidden Dragon Kingdom already taken the western fortress of the Kingdom of Jessen?" An old man from the Hidden Dragon Kingdom immediately laughed and said, "That's right. The western fortress of the Kingdom of Jessen has already been taken by our Hidden Dragon Kingdom. Of the 3 peak experts of the Kingdom of Jessen, 2 are dead and 1 has fled. Right now, our army is marching towards the imperial city of the Kingdom of Jessen. We heard that there was some trouble at the northern fortress, so the 4 of us immediately rushed over to help. I believe that before long, reinforcements from the Blue Wind Kingdom will arrive as well." The old man from the Hidden Dragon Kingdom spoke very loudly. His voice could be heard throughout the entire fortress of the kingdom of Jessen. He purposely used this to attack the morale of the kingdom of Jessen. As expected, after hearing this, the soldiers of the kingdom of Jessen all lost their courage to fight. Many of them sat on the ground with pale faces. They had lost all will to fight. Some of the soldiers even began to take off their armor, preparing to surrender. Kingdom of Jessen, surrender. Those who surrender will be spared. An old man from the hidden dragon kingdom hovered in the air and looked down at the soldiers below. The kingdom of Jessen has no soldiers who surrender. We would rather die than become slaves. An old general standing on the wall shouted. He did not fear death at all. You're courting death. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the old man from the hidden dragon kingdom. With a wave of his hand, a yellow elemental sword condensed in the air and shot towards the old general with lightning speed. Boom! The yellow elemental sword exploded in the old general's body, leaving him completely unharmed. Old General Ling! Old General Ling! The surrounding generals all cried out in grief, their faces filled with sorrow. Chang Wuji and Kafir both sighed. The two of them looked at each other and a trace of determination appeared in their eyes. They slowly floated into the air and faced off against the 5 Heaven Saint Masters. They would rather die on the battlefield than live an ignoble existence under someone else. The Heaven Saint Master from the Pingyang Kingdom hated the two of them to the extreme. He angrily shouted, Chang Wuji, Kafir, since the two of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone, let's attack together and completely annihilate them. That's fine. I heard that Chang Wuji has grasped a heaven-tier battle skill. To prevent any accidents from happening, let's all attack together. An old man from the Hidden Dragon Kingdom said. Soon after, the 5 Heaven Saint Masters charged towards Chang Wuji and Kafir, their killing intent soaring. Chang Wuji and Kafir were expressionless. They had already prepared themselves to be buried here. At this crucial moment, suddenly, several powerful auras appeared in the distance. From the horizon, 5 more Heaven Saint Masters radiated with the light of elemental energy as they flew over. The sudden appearance of these 5 people caused the Heaven Saint Masters from the Pingyang Kingdom and the Hidden Dragon Kingdom to involuntarily stop. They all hovered in the air as they watched the 5 rapidly approaching figures. Could it be that the Blue Wind Kingdom has broken through the eastern fort of the Kingdom of Jessen and is sending reinforcements? No, the reinforcements from the Blue Wind Kingdom can't be coming in that direction. The Heaven Saint Masters of the Hidden Dragon Kingdom discussed with one another. Their faces all became rather stern as they stared at the 5 experts who were rapidly approaching them. Very soon, the 5 Heaven Saint Masters stopped 100 meters away from the group. There were a total of 4 old men and 1 middle-aged man. The old man at the front held a snow-white magical beast in his arms. The magical beast opened its bright eyes and looked around curiously. The Heaven Saint Masters from the Hidden Dragon Kingdom all became serious. This was because the 5 Heaven Saint Masters that had suddenly arrived were all unfamiliar faces. They did not recognize a single one of them. They were not from this region at all.